Thorballs can be. Oh, just give me a little stare down. To be fair, I did just kind of brush him extensively, so now he's probably looking at me like, you jerk. Oh, sweet little boy. You're a sweet little baby. Yes, I think you're a sweet little baby. Yes, you is. He's just a sweet little pup. Ooh, that felt good. Ooh, that also felt good. Fuck. Ooh. Oh, do this quickly. Zero disagree, no soul, no mercy, no mercy, no mercy, no soul. Necessary, is necessary. Alright. I can't tell the zero good soldier in our soul. No mercy, no mercy, no mercy on your soul. It is necessary, government is necessary, government is necessary, devastation is necessary, pretty lit. I can feel you with that. I need to kind of get lit again. I have trouble categorizing music as it all blurs together for me. Well, this would be power metal that's playing right now. Well, this is... That just makes... Thanks, Cedar. Good timing. That would have gone along. It was mostly 80s hair metal, 90s grunge. Well, a lot of music I like, you know, tends to be influenced by that type of shit as well. So, I mean, especially a lot of power metal and shit. Oh, sweet little poppy buddy. Yo, little poppy, bye-bye. Just look like a little sweet thing. Just gave him a little brushing, man. The city Volbeat felt industrial blues. Well, the one song you sent me definitely had a kind of a bluesy vibe, but it definitely kind of like industrial prog metal. It kind of had a little vibe like that, yeah. Oh, Play some more stuff. Metal didn't exist in the 60s. Like, heavy metal, as we know it now, started with, like, a lot of early iterations of, like, Black Sabbath and shit. Which got inspired, actually, technically, by the Beatles. Mainly because there was one song, Helter Skelter, that's, like, kind of a proto-metal song. And, it was basically, it was just essentially the Beatles, basically, like, how hard can we make, like, the hardest fucking song? We're actually competing with The Who to do that. So because of their competition with each other to make the most, like, hardest rock song, they eventually kind of created, like, a proto-metal. And thus, you got bands like Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath and shit that came out from that in England. Out of Liverpool and shit, basically. And then, from there, kind of created, in the 70s, a lot of that heavy metal sounds and shit. Were kind of branched off into different things, from there. Depending on the specific genre, I know some of the details. You like some Green Day songs? Green Day has got some good songs. Honestly, at least when it comes to, like, real good punk, I mean, some Dead Kennedys, the Ramones. I mean, like, the Sex Pistols are kind of a bunch of frauds and pseudo-punks, but, like, their actual music is good. You know, like, I like Anarchy in the UK and God Save the Queen. But just blows my mind that instead of, like, Green Day, a band that's against everything it stands for. Dude, there's a lot of things that far-right conservatives love and enjoy but don't realize stand against what they are in favor of. Honestly, that doesn't surprise me. Like, I know a lot of people who are on the right wing that love Rammstein, but, you know, like, Rammstein is overtly leftist. In fact, they have a song about that, Links Zwolle Ayyye. Like, that song itself is basically about them saying, yes, we're leftists, our heart beats left. Like, I mean, that's, you know, one of the lyrics of it. He also drove, yeah, see, Rage Against the Machine. That's another thing. Even though if he knew who Zach De La Rocha is, you would know that guy's pretty much like a communist, like an anarcho, like leftist type. So I mean, all in all, like, like if he knew who exactly the fuck they were, especially Tom Morello. I mean, with his guitar, because his guitar is based off Woody Guthrie, who was literally a communist. Like, Woody Guthrie was associated with the Communist Party USA during the 30s and 20s and shit. Those suppose are hurts if I jerk off. Yeah, seriously. Like, if you go on Pornhub or, like, any porn site, if you go on, like any trans or gay stuff, or just any type of kink that is especially seen as, like, degenerate in their mind, then I guarantee you, if they have comment sections, look who's commenting on those videos. There are going to be a lot of right-wing chuckle fucks. Rage Against the Machine is what got me into harder metal. Oh yeah. I mean, for me, it wasn't them. It actually took me a while to get into them. My friends were like, dude, you need to hear these guys because they're fucking great. I'm like, alright, and I was like, what are they? They're like metal with some rap, and then initially when I was getting into metal and stuff, or at least getting into different music, like, I was still kind of turning off the rap, so I was like, nah. But I did eventually listen to their songs, I'm like, oh fuck, this shit's like fucking banging. It's like, so I was like, oh shit, yeah, I'm, you know, we got sold pretty quickly. Also posted about Jesus and fighting ISIS, and also killing those same teenage gay boys too as well. So yeah, gotta love the conservative mindset. Yeah, apparently Venom bought me a new game and it expires midnight tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to make sure that gets redeemed. Dude, I didn't know that Steam will have expire gifts if they're sent to you. That's a little bullshit. It should just sit there until you redeem it, damn it. I guess I get it because if the person is not active anymore, then I guess that would make sense, but still. It's a little bullshit. Hi, fluffy boy. Hi, handsome boy. Political summit where you try to run away. Play as a runaway teen in an oppressive country. Illegally immigrate into another one. Awesome. What's the name of it? Road 96. Cool. I might see about doing a gameplay of that. One of these streams. Procedurally generated, so no two playthroughs are the same. Kind of like Suzerain a little bit. Well, I guess that one's a little bit more preset. It's just based off of what decisions you've made. Yeah, anyway, but yeah, at least that's pretty cool though. But I guess Suzerain wouldn't necessarily be the same thing because it has its generated paths, but it just goes based on what paths you have taken already. Though I really do love those type of games. A game where you're trying to drive a Tribrand in West Germany as they're trying to kill you. I mean, hell, it sounds basically equivalent of that type of game. Suzerain deserves a sequel. It does. Suzerain 2, The Electric Boogaloo. It's 43 tomorrow. 4 degrees cooler. Yay! Oh, I just realized tomorrow is supposed to be the Mission 114 shit. Here, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna look up the news. Hold on. Part news for me. Yeah, come on. Don't be a bitch phone. There we go. Nothing yet, so I guess you get to wait till tomorrow to find out information about that. Yay! One thing about Road 96 is skills unlock you carry over new games. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Like if you learn the lockpick and run, you carry that into your next. Oh, nice. So basically, every playthrough does get a little better and better over time, essentially. I mean, I guess in a way that you can, get, probably into different paths anyway, because, you can get into better places, because you have now a higher skill set to get into certain areas. Nice. I kind of like that. I'm assuming, at least. Another day, another life, sacrifice. I've only ever skipped on my first try because I got a shitload of money and bribed the border guards. Nice. But every try I had that was broke and I had to improvise. Hey. Well, hey, I'll definitely have to, play around with that a little bit. Maybe I'll see if we could probably do a little gameplay of that, maybe. If it's like Suzerain where I don't necessarily have to like show anything, then that'll probably be easier. But if not, I'll figure it out. But at the end of the day, you gotta improvise and adapt. First-person game? Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'll have to really, truly improvise a little bit with that one then. So I might not be able to, at least right now, do a gameplay with it. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Sure, shit really couldn't do it with Deus Ex, because that game is just way too fucking dark. At least, like, I would turn my brightness setting on my laptop to literally max, and it will still be dark as shit. Like, I don't know if there is a way to actually make the brightness in that game legit brighter, but goddamn, is it actually really fucking dark. Oh, little sick boy. It's fun for me. It is fun. I will admit, it is fun. I do play it on my own time here and there, but, like, I mean, goddamn, is it dark. I mean, it really is just a dark-ass game. It's just like Jesus. Dark philosophically, or no, like just dark, like the game, like the actual like brightness, like actually able to see. Like I like to be able to visually see things. The game does not exactly make it easy for you to see things. I mean, it's got a lot of interesting dark philosophy involved, but I mean, all in all, that's not really what I'm talking about. It's just the game being dark. Predict this, come true, and corporations control almost everything. Well, yeah, it's dark philosophically in the sense that it's predicted too much about a reality. But I mean, it's time to invade. The Bay of Pigs. makers, elite. The fighting invaders belong to you. Here, put up a little video for us to check out in a sec. Dark shadows of freedom, doors, one final time, we see you on the other side. The revolution's bound to fail, and God is on your side. Ready to take the residence, unmapped by their own president. Naive is what people say when bound to pay your feet. Honestly, yeah, I have a little video after the song pull up. It kind of reminded me a little bit about the whole, like, you know, corporations kind of taking everything all. Taking it all, taking over everything. One thing that always made me scratch my head about this is how the Illuminati controls China. Probably in the same way that, you know, like a lot of, like, economic business dealing has been done that China does, I guess, but just kind of the other way around. I don't know. You'd like to say to use communism as the ultimate social control. I guess I'd say they're wrong on that one. Because honestly, it's capitalism that's kind of done that. It's not... Well, I guess like more of a liberalized capitalism especially, but I mean, not communism. That's, you know, one thing I think, you know, probably got wrong just a little bit. Yeah, that, and also China isn't really communist economically speaking either. I mean, it's a very kind of authoritarian state capitalist ran society. Yeah, I mean, it is. But honestly, if you have been reading up about what's going on in China, there has been a lot of people kind of rebelling and revolting against China a little bit, at least as a state. Like, you know, like the Chinese populace. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's like they are attempting to have the same effect, but people are kind of getting sick of the bullshit a little bit over there. Which I guess is good. You know, the people starting to kind of revolt against, you know, like the Chinese people revolting against the Chinese state, you know, ain't really necessarily a bad thing in my mind. In hopes that, you know, those people can, you know, push for reforms in the country, make it more livable. They lay to take the residence, they're left by their own president. Failure is what people say when bound to day of peace. To pay our peace. Next, do Try rules, eh. This actually stated that Chinese robots controls people instead of augments because robots can be programmed. Augments are just human at their core. So they just replace their people with robots? Or I guess, the robots, oppress the people, I guess. And I guess they're easily replaceable. So if one gets destroyed, they could just replace it pretty easily. So I guess there is that. The mayor fast side. Well, yeah, I mean, America's shitty. And no better. And worse. Security forces are largely robotic. Makes sense. Oh. Chunk. Little chunky boy. All these things usually die. All these things time has passed. The time realizes you less. If you haven't felt enough, the victory come to be so fucked. Hate, fear, pain, and death, all this country has got left. I meant to actually watch a video before. You know what? It'll be after the song. As the rain fell today, came and washed the hopes away. Watching a documentary on Hitler's court system is scary. Usually Supreme Court could become that kind of court. Yeah. That's why, I mean, as much as, like, people want to be like, God wins law, come on, bro. When it comes to, like, analogizing to, like, the Weimar Republic and shit like that. I mean, there's kind of a reason people do that. Because there is legit kind of a law analogy to their system, at least, to how, our system is, at least with how certain factors play out, so. It's kind of the main reason why people mention that. I suppose there's, like, a better veneer about it in comparison to back then, because it was just harder to hide. Because you had, like, the full-on Great Depression going on at that time. Haven't really hit that mark. What I really want to, but yeah, it's just something we haven't hit quite yet. There's like another little cool video we can check out later. Maybe a little palate cleanser. I mentioned myself that if the Confessor rose back up again, that neo-Nazis rallied to our side, and if he said was, I know, let them kill enemies and we deal with survivors. Jesus Christ. Lol. Yeah, because guess what? Like, if they're gonna be the ones to quote-unquote kill the enemies, guess what? They're going after you too if you don't, like, subserve to them. Like, what a fucking dipshit. And he would fall in line with that more so than not. He'd be like, alright, means to an end, I guess. I'll, see Kyle and hail the new neo-Nazi state or whatever the fuck. My god. What a shaboob. What a fucking shaboob, dude. What does that mean? I don't fucking know, but that's what it is. That didn't work. That worked. Damn, that flew. Thinks if most Confederates would just fought for God and country and do so again. well, then their country could burn for all I care. And at that point, country ain't worth, protecting or fighting for. So, that's pretty much my position with that as far as I'm concerned. But, oh, here. I don't have the right to say no to Joseph sexually. I feel like that's not the most hateful thing he's ever said. That's like some Dennis Prager level shit right there, honestly. I mean, it's not like the worst. I don't know. Like, I mean, really think about it. Are you sure? Sure it says something about, like, immigrants, black folks, or gay people, or trans people? That's the worst I've heard. I still have a feeling that there's probably, that if you just, like, remember just a little bit, you might have, a little something that pops up. And it's like, oh, wait, no, there's this. Because I feel like I remember specifically you telling me once, like, something really spicy. Not saying hashtag not all, but. Well, I have a weird feeling that he's probably like, hey, I have the black friend excuse. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if that's probably the case. Or, I guess, in a sense, in his eyes, quote-unquote, one of the civil ones. Because they just happen to be, agreement and, his ideas tangentially. But, yeah. Boop.
This episode is brought to you by GiveWell. American workers are unionizing, and big companies will do just about anything to make sure that doesn't happen.
Starbucks workers in upstate New York who voted to unionize for the first time in the face of strong opposition from management.
The union says the deal includes pay raises of up to 66% over 2.5 years.
A historic vote in New York City.
Yeah, pop that champagne. Yeah.
Amazon warehouse in Staten Island will unionize, a first in the U.S. in Amazon's 27 years.
It's a great time for unions right now. The win rate for union elections is steadily rising. Strikes are up from last year. And public support for unions is at a 57-year high.
Based.
While unions only represent a relatively low 10-ish% of the workforce, it used to be around 20% in the 80s and around 30% in the 50s. All signs point to us being at the start of something big. Workers at Amazon, Apple, Chipotle, REI, Starbucks, Trader Joe's, and lots of other companies where unionization once seemed impossible have made headline after headline after headline with unprecedented union victories.
And also our local union kind of got some headlines when we went on strike after a long time with Fred Meyer and Kroger and shit. I wasn't a part of those companies or anything, so it wasn't the strikes that I partook in. Though at least, visited one and, was kind of standing around with him in solidarity and shit, but. So I guess I kind of was a part of a strike line for a little bit, but I wouldn't necessarily count that, just because it was just for a short time, just kind of saying what's up and just kind of intermingling and chatting with some of the, workers on strike and then heading out. So I wasn't really, like, there for too long, but, I was with their, intermingling.
That's really
showing my solidarity,
unions make people's lives so much better. Unions, like the word implies, unite workers together to fight for their collective interests when their employers would rather pit them against one another. And that has massive consequences. A union worker, all else being equal, meaning same education, occupation, and experience, makes 13% more than a non-union worker. And over the course of an entire career, that works out to an extra $1.3 million on average. Union workers are more likely to have employer-sponsored health insurance, and their employer typically pays more of it. Union workers are also more likely to have paid sick leave and vacation, and more of both. More likely to have a retirement plan, and less likely to be fired. Union contracts come with due process protections that stop employers from firing people at will. And multiple studies have found that unionized workplaces are safer, they have fewer workplace accidents, and fewer fatalities. And the benefits of a union don't just go to unionized workers. If unionization goes up in your area or your industry, studies find that your wages will go up too, even if you aren't part of a union, thanks to something called the union threat effect. Basically,
True.
your employer, seeing that unionization is possible right next door, is likely trying to avoid it happening at your job by increasing your wages and/or benefits in anticipation. Everybody wins. And it's not hard to see why someone working at, let's say, Amazon might want to join a union. It's not only about the statistics. When a company feels comfortable forcing its employees to work
Allegedly.
to the point of safe evacuation in a tornado, thereby leading to the death of 6 workers, and threatening its workers to go back to work when they stop because of a warehouse fire, and generally can't tell the difference between these two things, having a union there to stand up to management isn't just a matter of improving things for the long run, it's about saving people's lives and protecting their dignity right now. Unions are great because they take the lopsided power structure of a private business. You do what you're told or you're fired, and they rebalance it. With a union there to strike when management's demands get out of hand, to protect someone from getting unjustly fired, and to get more money, benefits, and protections in everybody's contracts, your boss can't do whatever they want anymore. So, as you might expect, the surge in collective organizing has come with a corresponding surge in union busting. Big business owners aren't ready to let go of all the power they've accumulated during the neoliberal era, so
Scroll up and read my comments. Say something worse than what I said. Wait, what? Where was it? Oh, I know he said there are good black folk who are basically white. Yeah, see, the black people are quotes. Yeah, I see what I meant. Yeah, that's what I said from earlier, basically.
Fighting back as hard as
Oh, yes.
they can. But they won't admit it outright. Public support for unions is way too high and way too widespread for anti-unionism to be good PR. So guys like Jeffy B say that it's all about workers' choices.
Boys, we don't believe that we need a union to be an intermediary between us and our employees. But of course, at the end of the day, it's always the employee's choice.
But actions speak louder than words. And when it comes to union busting, Bezos' words are like a whisper in a pillow. And to make that point crystal clear, the rest
Sigmas and Giga Chat are the same thing. I mean, I guess they're analogous, broadly mean the same thing, so I guess so.
this video is just going to be a catalog of
I mean, I'm sure there's probably like a tier level of, you know, like how it's sorted out, but I mean, to me, they all kind of mean the same thing.
different union busting strategies we could find, so that you can not only recognize them if they ever apply to you and your workplace, but more generally get a better idea of what employers are willing to do, both legally and illegally, to make sure your voice at their company stays suppressed. For starters, just to give you an idea of scale, US businesses spend $340 million a year on union avoidance advisors alone. In order to avoid paying their workers more, companies are ready to spend around $350 an hour, or $2,500 a day, on lawyers and consultants to come up with union-busting strategies and mine legal documents for ways to punish worker organizations.
Yep. Like companies, you know, instead of just giving their workers better wages, benefits, and stuff like that, will literally spend millions of dollars to have anti-union, union-busting law firms and shit, you know, basically powing around to essentially, you know, propagandize and push, you know, for more division, so it's harder, you know, for workers to unionize. You know, this is like something that is very complimentary, something that, you know, they would do essentially, you know, constantly. And it's a part of the practice. Like, they basically take it as a part of the budget, you know, when it comes to the daily costs, you know, to the company and shit already as it is. Because it's just kind of a given in their mind.
And the things they come up with can be truly disgusting. The most obvious one is firing the people they think are leading the unionization movement.
Yep.
Like what happened at Starbucks stores here, and here, as well as many more locations across the country, amounting to at least 85 workers. Management gets a whiff of
Allegedly.
unionization, and they'll just start firing the troublemakers. And if you're thinking, that sounds like it should be illegal, it already is.
Yep.
The National Labor Relations Act, or NLRA, makes it illegal for employers to fire workers for trying to unionize. Just like it also makes it illegal to fire everyone at once by shutting down a branch in the process of unionizing, which Starbucks has also coincidentally done at multiple locations.
And they have done that in basically as a way, hey, you know, it's for the safety of the workers, you know, it's like, you know, too unsanitary or too dangerous for the workers to be there, so we're shutting the place down. Like, they use different excuses, and that's how they get away with it. They use basically lawyer loophole jargon bullshit to essentially try to wiggle their way into busting unionized stores or union agitators within the workplace.
Employers know that, and they don't care.
Yep.
When they want to shut down the union, they'll just skirt the law by finding a BS reason to shut down a store.
Exactly.
Like citing safety concerns. Or will find a BS reason to fire an employee. For example, suddenly enforcing a technical rule that's never been enforced before, like what happened to this Starbucks employee.
It began on January 25th. 2 Buffalo Starbucks locations had already voted to form a union. Another in Mesa, Arizona was in the process, and the workers were gaining steam within the company and in the press. On this Tuesday afternoon, a Starbucks district manager tried to intimidate 19-year-old Layla Dalton, a Phoenix employee, into quitting. The manager said she was suspending Layla and shutting down the store for the day. Her violation? Layla had texted her direct supervisor. According to an NLRB investigation, the manager began enforcing a previously unenforced rule prohibiting employees from communicating with supervisors by text message. Layla had texted her boss at least 12 times before this incident without any problems, but suddenly she was being suspended for it.
What companies like
How does that even make fucking sense? Oh, you're not allowed to text your supervisors. Like, why not? Fuck you.
do in these situations.
Like, that rule in itself is already fucking wiggly and bullshit as it is. But honestly, the reason why they have stupid little weird rules like that is so they can just bring them out of nowhere to fucking basically do union busting tactics. So honestly, that's the reason why a lot of rules like that are in place.
Transparent.
Because realistically, if you're not doing any of the whole, like, you know, union agitation and shit, those rules never get enforced. But as soon as you start doing shit like that, suddenly those rules are very strictly enforced out of nowhere for some reason.
They couldn't care less if they get caught. At worst, the NLRA only requires that an illegally fired employee be given back pay and reinstated. There are no punitive damages or civil penalties, even if the company is found guilty. So, firing a worker for trying to unionize is not only easy, it's cheap. It's why employers are charged with violating federal law in 41.5% of all union election campaigns, and why 1 out of 5 union election campaigns involves a charge that a worker was illegally fired for union activity. Breaking the law doesn't really have any consequences, so might as well do it and fire union leaders. Worst case scenario, they get a little money back. And that's assuming businesses even get caught. Because the NLRB, the institution in charge of enforcing these laws, is completely overwhelmed and can't possibly monitor every employer's illegal union busting.
Which really kind of means that, if anything, this agency needs to be more expanded.
For the NLRB
so there could be more people to actually, like, oversee these things.
Budged in the last 9 years, so inflation has eaten away 25% of its budget. And it's lost 39% of its staff in the last 2 decades. Businesses just aren't worried about breaking the law. And why would they be? Odds are, no one will do anything about it. Now, let's get back to the union busting strategies. Another totally illegal move companies like to pull is threatening to withhold pay raises or benefits from workers trying to unionize. Which, by now, no one should be surprised to find out, Starbucks did that too. According to an Axios report, Starbucks gave pay raises and benefits to non-union workers while with
Mom got you smoking utility and said, "Vin, I don't care if you smoke, just don't let your stepdad catch you." Mom, there's so you can smoke. Nice.
them from stores trying to unionize.
Good shit.
And they even gave those same non-union employees extra.
You like unions? So do I.
Perks,
So I'm part of
like
one.
more sick time, a looser dress code, and more access to tips. All that to discourage workers from unionizing, which, once again, super illegal and shitty. But there's more. Companies also have no qualms about going the extra mile and straight up spying on their employees to prevent a union from forming. This became increasingly popular during the pandemic, when employers used so-called bossware, which can screenshot the websites you visit, record employees' faces and voices, log their keystrokes, track their location, and even monitor their calls and text messages. That's for the digital side. In the case of Amazon's Whole Foods, management went so far as to use real-life heat maps to track workers' locations and predict which stores were likely to unionize. You know, that very cool, totally normal, not at all dystopian kind of stuff you love to see from your favorite family-friendly grocery store. But
100%. Which basically means that, like, it's just totally, you know, just like doing utter surveillance state shit. It's like you're basically, you know, under the total jurisdiction of your fucking boss, and your privacy is nothing. You're owned by them. Like, that's how they fucking view it. So they don't give a shit about spying on you endlessly and shit. They already sell your information to the government anyway, so it's likely that's how they do it for the most part anyway.
Shocking as these examples are, they're just the most sensational tactic that employers use. They're incredibly common, but the tragic reality is that union busting is more often than not a matter of doing perfectly legal harassing and slowly putting more and more pressure on workers until they break. To do that, companies resort to a couple strategies. The most well-known being so-called captive audience meetings. Essentially, perfectly legally, your boss can force you to attend a meeting where they will spend as much time as they want bad-mouthing the union and intimidating you into voting no to unionization. Employers can discipline or even fire people that refuse to attend these meetings, or that choose to leave early. They can schedule as many of them as they want, and at any time of the day. And all with the only constraint being that they can't do it within 24 hours of a union election. In contrast, workers trying to get a union going aren't allowed to hold meetings on company property, can't take time out of their coworkers' day, and their boss has no requirement to give them a list of the company's employees, so they can't even easily contact everyone. Unions are at a massive disadvantage.
And this is honestly why, historically, a lot of union elections or union meetings tend to happen at, like, beer halls, pubs, like little weird like smoke lounges and shit like that, primarily because of this fucking reason, because you want to be at places where your boss ain't gonna be hanging around at, or where the managers or supervisors or corporate ain't gonna be hanging around at. Basically like your local watering hole type of shit. I mean, that's kind of where the whole like union hall would kind of go to, kind of be the name of and shit.
If you're thinking, so what? You probably don't know what these captive meetings can look like.
The meetings have gotten increasingly anti-union. In the beginning, it was kind of like, let's talk about what makes you love Starbucks. And then it got more and more, the union will control you, which is something that's actually in one of their slides. And they're implying it's going to be like a Crucible or Salem witch trial, like everybody putting each other on trial.
They really...
What the fuck?
Just a sentence short of basically saying, hey, if you join this union, there's a chance that you could go to jail. I mean, we know that.
What the fuck? Huh?
They're lying. And we've got partners who are 17 and 18 years old. If you're telling me that wasn't meant to scare people into thinking that, this is something they could potentially be tried in a court of law for, I don't know what else the purpose of that would have served.
That kind of intimidation is terrible, and it's not just happening in meetings. Companies intimidate their workers and beat them over the head with propaganda during every waking moment and by any means available in the run-up to a union election. As a worker trying to form a union at Boeing described it back in 2017, a normal day consists of, you go to work, you'll hear something anti-union at your morning meeting, there will be some literature handed out, so when you take your breaks in the break area, they've got the TVs running and they play anti-union commercials throughout the day, and you top that off when you get home. You've got the anti-union commercials, radio and TV, and then you check your mailbox and you've got anti-union literature in your mailbox. And just so you know what to expect if this ever happens to you, anti-union messaging almost always relies on the same arguments. A good chunk of them are baseless appeals to emotion. For example, your boss might say that a union will ruin the family vibe at work.
It will ruin our family vibe, that we got going here, because we're all like, a family in this corporation where we own you. It's like, oh yeah, the abusive family relationship, so great. The dysfunctional family, awesome. At least if a union makes it more semi-functional, even if it is still a dysfunctional family.
And tell you that the union will ask you to engage in acts of violence, or that come strike time, a union won't support you like they promise they will. It's all unfounded.
Which that is also bullshit.
But it's repeated over and over and over, and it's not really designed to have you hating the union so much as it is trying to plant a seed of doubt in your mind that can make sticking with the status quo feel like the safer option, and going with the union seem like a risk. But if that doesn't work, anti-union rhetoric will either be straight-up intimidation, like the way Starbucks implies legal repercussions, or more quote-unquote pragmatic arguments. Inevitably, any union effort getting close to the finish line will be hit with a "what about union dues" display, like this poster at Delta, or this...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I love the whole, like, what about the union dues stuff? It's like, what, you mean to think that you kind of partially pay in for all these type of benefits and things? I mean, that's kind of like the whole point of them. Like, and also the union dues are there so unions have funding so they can help fund striking efforts and things like that. Like, there's a reason why they are there.
At Boeing, where managers prominently arranged a pile of goods in the break room to convince their workers that union dues are too expensive. But
well, they're just so expensive, where it's just like, oh, it's like, oh, like $10 a month, or some shit, or like, $5 taken out of your weekly paycheck or something like that. It's like, my union dues, I think, are about like, $11.50 or something like that. It really isn't that much. Like, it's barely a lot. Like, you know, it's like, oh no, oh god, whatever shall I do if that, like, $10 taken away? Like, oh no.
You mentioned,
even though I get medical benefits and work benefits and things like that, because, you know, union offers those things and guarantees those within the contract and shit. That's kind of it's like, that's kind of the point. It's like you have like a little bit of you know, basically a membership, so to speak, and then with that you grants you the extra benefits and that are security guaranteed. And the protections that go with it.
Even assuming you make minimum wage, a totally average 13% increase equals $2,000 more extra at the end of the year in salary raises alone. Not to mention the odds that your benefits go up too. Union dues at Starbucks, just as an example, are at most around $550 a year. So unionizing, in a totally run-of-the-mill hypothetical, is a roughly $1,500 profit. Not to mention the fact that without a union, your boss could always lower your salary at any time, or refuse to give you a raise while inflation keeps eating away at the value of your pay. And look, we're at minute
13
of this video, and I still have many union-busting strategies I couldn't even cover. A good, like, 10 in this table alone are not only well-known union-busting strategies, they're all completely legal. I can't even mention every union-busting strategy in this video because employers just have every weapon they could ever want to shut down a budding union.
And also, one of them is sending the cops, too. If they think that, you know, there's a strike like this, for example, going on, where, let's say, this chick is, you know, being a little bit too radical with her speech, and, you know, on top of that, also, like, when it comes to different things, when it comes to, like, oh, hey, you know, we might have, you know, people that might have, like, weapons potentially at the, you know, strike line, which they can, you know, say, oh, they have, like, sticks and bats and stuff, which could just be, like, the sticks that are holding up their pickets and stuff, but just use little things like that, you know, to be like, oh, yeah, they might have weapons, and call it an illegal strike or an illegal assembly, and send the cops, you know, to start arresting people and break the strike, which happens a lot, and it's happened not just historically, but even contemporarily. Like, there's, you know, a lot of these different strikes that have happened in the last couple of years. There's, you know, this shit has also happened.
That even includes
I actually wouldn't be surprised if second thought gets into that.
It's not uncommon for companies to call the cops on strikers to intimidate and in some cases even attack them. That is how policing began in this country, after all. For context, just try to imagine workers calling the cops on their boss. Workers just don't have that.
Oh yeah, see, yep, like, one of the first things we talk about, cops.
Management has every single union-busting strategy they could ever want available to them, even the illegal ones. But even if they all fail, even if employers really throw everything at the wall and nothing sticks, and the union vote is successful, management still has a trick up their sleeve. They wait you out. Once the union wins, all companies have to do to stay on top is not sign a contract. Because
they basically just hire scabs, by the way, to replace the workers, so you can, you know, at least continue to make some money. You know, because if you're at least able to make, you know, some profit by having scabs, you know, in the workplace and shit, then you can literally, you know, just starve out the strike for as long as you want.
Year goes by after a union election without a contract being signed between the union and the company can start trying to get...
Oh shit, this is our local. Kroger's workers on 8th day of strike. I think this is our local union, isn't it? Yeah, UFCW local... No, that's local 25. It's a different union.
And then it's back to square one. It is an understatement to say...
I was about to think that's our local, but no, that's a different one.
The system is rigged against...
Same national, though, UFCW.
The truth is that it couldn't be more inhospitable to labor organizing. I mean, even the self-proclaimed most pro-labor president in American history is a goddamn strikebreaker.
Yep.
Power is not on the workers' side. And that's why it's so encouraging to see how successful workers' movements are at the moment. The deck is stacked so heavily against workers, and yet the public is on their side, and they're winning.
For paramilitary regimes. I mean, I don't know if you're kidding or not, but I don't inherently disagree with that.
Battle after battle. We're seeing people, for the first time in a while, collectively beating the odds.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if we're really at the point where that needs to be a thing yet, but, you know, again, I don't inherently disagree with the idea.
Learning from their experience, and using that knowledge to help one another have a better life. The ball is already rolling. So if you watched this video and you'd like to try to unionize your workplace, there has never been a better time in recent history to do it. To help, I've put links to the IWW's website in the description. Not only does the IWW have plenty of resources for you to read, you can use their site to get in touch with experts who can help you unionize your workplace, fight back against the dirty tricks your employer will use, and win. And if you're not employed, or if your job is already unionized, you can still help others with this process by handing out pamphlets or other information in the stores you visit. Just be subtle about it. You don't want to get the employees in trouble.
No shit.
People always ask, every week, about what they can do to help. How we, as individual workers, can make a difference. Unionization, even just educating yourself and your co-workers about building labor power, is one of the most critical ways we can fight back against an oppressive capitalist system. We're at the very beginning of a new labor movement, and we need everyone to get involved, fight back, and build a better future for all of us.
True. I like it. I like it. I like that little video. Nice, informative. Good shit right there. In fact, that just kind of get me in the mood for a little tunage. Boop. Here we go. I think turn it up just a little more. There we go.
I'm a management consultant. I'm a master of the con job. I'm an expert at the hope. And I'm stealing bread from the mouths of working folks. I'm a union buster. The boss was employees over that underpaid. Union buster. The boss is
You know, we have two gas stations, 2 restaurants, 2 grocery stores, 2 insurance salesmen. Of course, there's like sleazy ass insurance salesmen, you know, in your tiny little town. Find archive this video and this the who what huh? Who, the what, and where, the what, and the what now? The city has a fucking Afghan restaurant. Portland even has an Afghan restaurant. We have Afghani food carts, if that counts. I mean, I don't think it counts as that much, but I don't know. Scroll up. In the stage. All the spam. Medicare? Who? Still who? Who, the what, and the where, and what now? Coleman has a fuckload of German bars. That's a pretty decent amount of German and Irish bars around here. City has a German restaurant too. One ways down the avenue in my apartment complexes. Can you move in with you? Are you already gonna fucking like? Since they're gonna say, I never said no to you. What in the fuck? Oh my god. Wow, you're gonna be that way? That's how you're gonna be? That's how you're gonna be, sir? Really? Just, wow. Boo.
Well, I got up this morning just a rearing to go. Woke up to my Sony.
Just kidding, ignore Lamau. Better be served like a restaurant run by the Germans who moved over from there a few years ago. They cook traditional German dishes, a few more internationally inspired things as well. Nice. Kind of forced me. I mean, not really. I mean, just because you're not necessarily, like, you know, like, working or in education and shit doesn't necessarily mean you're neat.
I was hungry as a horse. I had some Colombian coffee. I had some French toast, English muffin, Canadian bacon, Polish sausage. All made in the Hitachi microwave.
I mean, honestly, like, if it wasn't for the, like, I mean, if with that logic, if I wasn't working the job that I have now, like, I'd technically be a neat, but even then, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
What was the American flag?
But, you know, I don't know. I guess it's just kind of for me, it's just like, at least for what I would personally, you know, qualify as a neat, is somebody who just, you know, is someone who's more or less fresh out, or, you know, fresh out of high school, or is out of high school, and been out of high school. It doesn't really matter what age necessarily, I guess. People could be up to their 30s or whatever, but hasn't actually, either for whatever, you know, means, you know, could potentially have just not have, you know, gotten into employment, education, or training. And whether that's, you know, for, you know, their own merits or, in, you know, something out of their control, you know, it's just like, that's to me what would qualify it. But someone that has been in, like, education training or has been employed in the past, I mean, I feel like, you know, that's, yeah, and isn't anymore for whatever reason. I don't necessarily think that is a need, you know, at that rate. Well, yeah, I know what it means. It means not in education, employment, or training.
Then I suddenly found the first of the years I remembered I'd been laid off after 5 years. I can't figure it out.
Not employed or education training, right? Yeah, that's what it means.
I guess I'll have to start.
But, I mean, you've kind of been employed a little bit. I mean, you know, here and there. I mean, and you kind of, like, at least, you know, do a little personal educating by, like, looking at docs and different videos and, you know, at least, you know, on your own accord and shit. I mean, I guess the only thing, you know, would be the training part, but, I mean, that's not really as important, because, I mean, that can, you know, be brought out to all sorts of shit. Okay. No, not that one. Here we go. Yeah, that was better. A little more upbeat. The neat life's a sweet life. Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, if there was, like, a system in place to where, like, not having to, like, worry about having a roof over your head or, like, when next meal is and shit, because things like that would be taken care of and shit, then sure. So I wouldn't necessarily be against it. It's hard times and bread lies, ain't no way to see. I had to take the yard, and don't play and sleep. There's a way of seeing, there's never heat. Nothing's over change, and heaven's out of me. But the man make us outlaws again. That's what it's going to do, my friends. It's more than my sister gets an hour, working 9 an hour. Damn. I mean, at least it's saying something that you at least get a little more than she does. It just shows that, you know, wages need to be increased, like, very dramatically there. This dog is knocked the fuck out. Sleepy, sleepy little thing. Oh, you just woke up. Well, hello. Oh, you sleepy thing, baby. Here, hold on. Look at this sweet little baby. Look at this round little ball. You little baby. Look at you. Little ball. Zook off. You little ball. You little baby ball. Oh, you little ball, you. Look at you. Look at you being so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This cute little thing. Yeah. Here. Here. I like another little libertine. Glad to go to college to work in a pot shop. Hell, that would be a pretty dope little thing to get into. Come about tender. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that myself, honestly. Oh, here. Oops.
Joe Hill wrote a song for the free speech fight of 1910, and was introduced to the Spokane by
Oh. Get my jug of tea out. Boom. But am I sure you want to ask that question? I don't know if that's a wise question. God damn it.
Help, I've been robbed, help, I've been robbed.
Oh no.
Run across the street, what's the matter, what's the matter?
What's the matter?
Crowd together, we yell, I've been robbed by the capitalist system, fellow workers. We talked to them for 10 minutes, and then the
there we go.
leave out and start singing, and this is what they were singing. All long-haired preachers come out every night. I try to tell you what's wrong and what's right. But when asked about something to eat, how they will answer.
A 400-pound woman you sex with? Oof. Probably furry stuff. Honestly, that's like probably what it is for me, honestly. Cause, yeah. There's a lot of kinky furry porn out there. Straight up. I mean, it's just like, I mean, there's, I don't even know, like, I mean, I'm pretty much like anything that probably has to do with like furry related, you know, like BDSM shit, probably. Just gonna be blunt with it, don't even care, don't give a fuck, I'll be honest with it. It's most... I honestly don't even know if I want to know. Yeah, take that to Discord. Like, can we not, like, does every stream have to at least have this once? Like, I mean, oh, god damn. Why not here? Because maybe I want a stream where there ain't like a bunch of fucking random ass sex talk going on. At least for once. It's like, oh, it's because It's like, I feel like at least one stream, it's like every now and then I'll look over and it's like, boop. There you go, boom. Hypothetical aliens? Oh my god. I mean, you know what, fuck it, sure. Doesn't come up as often. Though I know you, like, there are gonna probably be... Oh my god, oh my god. Nope, never mind, no, how about instead we don't talk about that? Like what, you want to, like, you know, tame them as, like, the civil ones or some shit, like on, like, you know, like the Navi on Pandora, and just, like, fucking obliterate and just destroy them? And just, like, slaughter their people and stuff, you know, because that's totally how you tame people, I guess. 96. I'm honestly more akin with that idea. Still want consent to be involved, but just saying. Just saying. I want to bring him to civilization. Then how about you do that via peace and via things like the Prime Directive and things like that and shit. Teach them. Just sounds like you want to try to exploit their resources. Sir, no. If anything, they could probably teach us. So. Yep, see, there it is. Yeah, knew it. Bro, what if they're like the non-V or some shit, and they have like an ability to literally like bond with like the Earth and shit, dude? They basically like fuck the planet, you know? It's like, bruh, we could learn so much shit with that. You know, we could learn all sorts of stuff from them and like enlighten ourselves. But no, you want to like, you know, teach them and, you know, indoctrinate them to be like shock troops or something.
No barking?
You was a sleepy boy.
Ah.
You're just a sleepy boy.
It's fucking cold outside.
Use scorched earth tactics.
I had to scrape my window a little bit.
Huh?
To be able, I said I had to scrape my window a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it that cold? Really? That was like in the 40s or something.
33 feels like 27.
Really? Huh. I don't feel cold, so.
Yeah, because we're in the garage.
Well, fair enough, yeah, true. Oh, there's a little bye-bye. IVR metaphor motif allegory for name. Well, I know. I mean, in the movie, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say just them, but also just like the indigenous, just kind of in the Americas and broad in general. But yeah, essentially, the Avatar movie. Well, kind of like aliens and space and shit broadly, but obviously, you know, I've since recently seen that movie, and it's gonna come into play.
I know you're sleepy.
Boy, you're gonna have to move. Oh, you poor you poor baby. He does not want to move.
Failure.
You little poor baby. Oh, you stretchy boy. Oh, hi, boy. Oh, look at this little foot. Oh, you just had to stretch your last little foot out, huh? Oh, he's a good boy.
Looks back and be like, what the fuck?
I know. Oh, he really kind of is a little bit, though. A lot of people say this magic force, spirit, nature. Well, I mean, honestly, if there are any people that do kind of think that of Native American shit, that's a little condescending and stuff. I mean, it's just like, you know, like, I mean, because there's all sorts of different, you know, tribes and shit that, you know, like, Native Americans broadly are, you know, pretty sophisticated and shit. because there's all sorts of different, you know, cultures and backgrounds and shit, and not every tribe had the same ideas about different things and shit.
I don't know about my tribe, but
yeah. They tuned our magical in nature people. They're tuned in for his mother, so spiritual. I mean, I would say that they're probably a lot, at least, you know, especially for, you know, thousands of years of them being around. Yeah, they have probably been more in tune with like the earth and their natural environment. I mean, I will argue that, but that doesn't mean they're just like somehow like a more inherently enlightened people in that way. I mean, they just have like more of a broad, you know, understanding of their environment. They took more care of that. You know, that was a part of their more broader culture. At least, you know, broadly and shit. Like, pretty much most Native American, you know, tribes, as far as I'm aware, you know, thought that. But ignores the fact that a lot of indigenous are like that, too. Yeah. I mean, honestly, a lot of indigenous groups, if you go back far enough, are like this. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just like, you know, like, there's just, like, different ideas and understanding and ways of thinking about, you know, how that is, depending on, you know, where you are on the planet. And, yeah, there's honestly a lot of really cool shit and some, you know, pretty cool spirituality with Native American culture broadly. I mean, I'm interested in it, but, I mean, to think it's, like, ooh, natural, spiritual, like, enlightened mindset or something, it's a little condescending. It's, you know, it's just more, it's because I guess while technically there can be some of that going around a little bit for certain ideas, I suppose. I mean, it's just, there's way more going on than just that. And also, not every, you know, like, not every culture and every tribe and shit, you know, when it came to Native Americans, you know, thought that way. Some of them are, you know, definitely a little bit more warlike and stuff. Like the Apaches, Comanches, or the Crow were, you know, another, you know, kind of a more aggressive based type of tribe and shit. At least from what my dad said, though. I mean, I don't know as much about them. Enough justification for me. Yeah, and then I like give you basically like the return of the quote sky people from the Avatar movie. Just look how they returned to the fucking planet. They just like basically did like a Rod of God level of entry and just like scorched everything at like a 20-mile radius. It's just like, oh yeah, here, we're gonna make sure we get all this shit to save humanity, you know. They just make these people just like, you know, scorched earth tactic, you know, succumb and, you know, bow down to our fucking whims and shit. It's like, oh yeah, good shit, good stuff right there. Even though, funny enough, also, at least in both films, it kind of shows that there is at least an implied idea that there could be diplomacy worked out. Because there are at least some humans that obviously stuck around. I mean, it was there in the second film and shit. They obviously have their own avatars and stuff, you know, especially to go roam around Pandora and shit. But nonetheless, it's like they still got like, you know, they still live there and shit. I mean, they even have the character Spider that hangs around, you know, with everyone and shit. You know what I mean? So it's like it shows that there can be diplomacy and, you know, like intermingling, you know, commerce and like, you know, shit like that basically. It's just that they actually have to understand, you know, each other a little bit basically. I swept away. Yeah, that would probably mean your ideas too there, but I mean, it's hard to say, but that would also kind of imply that. Because also, it's not necessarily just like the Na'vi that are sophisticated, intelligent, sentient, you know, beings that live there. There's also like those like Ted Kun like whale creatures and shit too. I mean, they're straight up like a language that, you know, both, you know, at least, you know, the ocean clan Na'vi understand more specifically, with, the Tycoon in comparison to, the other clans and shit. So it's, like, obvious that there is, like, kind of a symbiosis, with the two. And along with the rest of the planet, frankly. But nonetheless, it's just like, I mean, all in all, they, there's a, they're able to at least, have a communication and, like, a language, and, with that, obviously, like, kind of a culture and shit. I mean, even with, like, the whales in that movie, they were, like, a lot of them were all painted up and shit, too. Obviously, they didn't do it, but, nonetheless. Citizen Great Earth and I Am Human. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm human, too, but, like, I'm not gonna, like, just, like, override some other living thing just because, I exist. At least when it comes to an intergalactic level, I guess. I mean, I guess on a planetary level, I suppose that's different, but, because, like hunting and all this other shit, but whatever. But, like, I mean, at least when it comes to, like, intergalactic expansion and exploration, like, yeah, no, like, we don't just, because guess what, it's like, for every planet that's like that, I guarantee there's at least, like, 5 or 10 other planets that don't have life on it, that have, a lot of raw resources that would be necessary. So it's like, that'd be necessary and useful when it comes to our own expansion and shit. I mean, and even then, if there are, like, resources or different materials when it comes to different, alien races, even if they are, at least in comparison to our advancement of technology and sophistication, more primitive, I mean, it's like there obviously, could possibly, theoretically, be a lot more of a diplomatic understanding between the two. And with that can be a more of a better understanding, and could potentially at least get these resources nonetheless, just by being more friendly. That doesn't mean we might get it at the same rate or, get them at the, like, needs that we need it for and shit. But, all in all, anything for betterment of mankind. Oh my god. I mean, just these little, like, random sayings and shit, like, that are vaguely agreeable and shit, doesn't necessarily mean you're right about these things. It's like, yeah, I'm obviously for, the betterment of mankind and want to put humanity first, especially at least considering the now. We're talking about hypotheticals and shit at this point, and obviously I'd still say that, the betterment of mankind, is, a good thing. But, like, my dude, things are kind of great. And it's LARPy. I mean, it definitely is kind of LARPy. Again, it's just hypotheticals. So just little, like, sayings and shit that, I mean, it's kind of implied that, my ideas are probably better when it comes to this. Sci-fi militarist fantasy. I mean, a little bit. It's like some Starship Troopers type of stuff. We gotta go over to this planet to protect us over here on our own planet. I say leave the aliens alone. I mean, all in all, I'm for that. I'm like kind of more about the Star Trek idea of, like, the Prime Directive. Like, I mean, unless they're essentially, like, on a level to where they can do intergalactic travel like we can, then I say just leave them the fuck alone. I mean, observe them and study them from afar. Like, if you want to be on the edge of the solar system and put, like, a little probe to study them and shit, sure. I'm sure there's probably potentially alien races out there that might have done that on our own fucking solar system. Except I prefer space capitalism than space fascism. Oh my fucking god. Well, I guess we're more likely to have space capitalism than space fascism. Star Trek is probably possible. Well, I mean, like, there's certain things about Star Trek that, while obviously not in the same format, have kind of come into somewhat of a reality. Like, those little communicators, like, especially the original series where they kind of flip up like that. like those eventually became what were like early cell phones and shit, like when it came to the communicators and shit, or having it on your wrist, or like having it on your as a lapel or something like that. Like those are kind of like forms of like mobile communication that eventually became things like cell phones and shit like that, especially like those little flip communicators. And flip phones, I think, at least the early versions of them, the first guy that invented the flip phone, I think, was actually inspired by it. So it's like there can be like some allegory to sci-fi that does, eventually kind of become a reality, just in a different form. And certain things like replicators. So I mean, we got like a proto version of that going on, at least for certain things, with like 3D printers. So it's like there are certain things about Star Trek that I would argue that aren't impossible. Now, or things like warp speed and all that other shit, like, and having like a vast array of different alien civilizations out there pretty much like on our doorstep waiting to just be discovered once we get into that type of shit. No, I don't think that. However, I do think, a lot of, certain aspects about, the technology and the things surrounding Star Trek, are still very likely. Or at least very plausible, I should say. Maybe not necessarily likely, but plausible. Because there's already kind of certain things that have kind of, been made reality a little bit, like I said. And if anything, have kind of advanced further. Like, an early version, of technology that was in Star Trek was things like touchscreens, like in the Next Generation and shit. And now look, we got smartphones, iPads. I mean, fuck, even like some TVs and like computer screens are touchscreen now, It's just like, I mean, it's like the whole touchscreen, type of shit is, like that shit's here now, and that was in like, Star Trek before it really truly became a thing. So it's like, there's some stuff about, Star Trek, if anything, that has inspired technology, today. Maybe not directly, but at least indirectly as like an art, So, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say it's probably impossible. I just say it's, if anything, at least probable. At least when it comes to certain stuff. Like I said, like things like warp drive and shit like that. Like, yeah, probably not, but again, like everything else surrounding it, yeah. Star Trek is real. Well, again, I'm not saying that. If anything, I'm saying like there's things about our own reality that have been inspired by of the arts like Star Trek and shit, where life imitates art almost. I mean, it's kind of what I'm saying. It's like life has kind of imitated some of the art of Star Trek. When it comes to this type of shit. That doesn't necessarily mean Star Trek is real and we're gonna be there, like in the time scale that Star Trek takes place in or some shit, but. Still, there's definitely some things, tech-wise, that surround to Star Trek that, have been inspired by, different things that are being, made now or already have been. We need to take the alien source. What? Like how in Terminator, Skynet has evolved from superhero to a virus to an app. Well, yeah. I mean, Skynet is... I'd argue that, like, yeah, there's a lot of aspects about Terminator that can be a reality as well. And maybe in some forms that it kind of is a little bit, to a degree. I mean, shit, I mean, like, any sci-fi, you can make an analogy to reality, honestly. I mean, if you really try far, if you really stretch it. Like, I mean, there's analogies towards, a real life with Starship Troopers, with, They Live, with, RoboCop, Terminator. I mean, like, name sci-fi, there's probably an analogy to real life. Well, maybe not all of them. Well, no, yeah. Thinks I might live long enough to see a real life RoboCop. He might live long enough to see it. There's been police departments that have been trying to push those little Boston Dynamic robo-dogs. New York tried, and then people were like, fuck no, get it out of here, and they revoked it. And then San Francisco tried, and everyone was like, fuck no, get it out of here, and they sent it back. Like, I mean, they've been trying, but people are like, nope, get it out, and, they're just like, alright, we'll scale it back a little. But then they'll just quietly put it back in there again. So, yeah. I'm gonna hop off, finish finish DC, I guess. Or will I? Dun dun dun. I'll probably still be around chilling. You know what I mean? Cyborgs like RoboCop. Oh, like that? Like literal RoboCops? Okay, no. They're gonna look more like the Boston Dynamic dogs and shit like that. Like, they're not gonna look anything like, you know, some weird human-looking thing. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I mean, they might not look like, you know, RoboCop style look at things, but yeah, they'll probably look, you know, a little cyborgy looking, maybe. In a sense of, like, you know, maybe looking human looking with the robot. Because I know Boston Dynamics has had a few robots that kind of look human and move around, you know, pretty fluidly and shit. And honestly, if they're sending these out to the police departments, you know for fucking sure the military's been having those for a long goddamn while, and they probably got even more advanced versions out there. And that's freaky. I think 86 was predictive programming when I showed it to him years ago. I mean, I would not really think it's like predictive programming. I would say it's more of like a commentary about like as society would go, you know, continuing on the path of what it's doing, which thus means, I guess it would be predictive, but at that rate it's just more or less coincidental. Like, it won't necessarily look like Deus Ex. He's very conspiracy-minded, as are, like, most far-right wingers. Aww. What a little ball. Oh. Ooh. Let's see. Ooh. Best James Webb's telescope images of 2022. Dope. Cool. Yo, look at that shit. Whoa. Took a picture of fucking Jupiter, dude. Look at that. Bruh. Bruh, dude. Whoa, that is mesmerizing, dude. Whoa. Dude, that is fucking mesmerizing right there. North Aurora, Southern Aurora. Io's footprint. Aurora's diffraction. Elathymia, Australia, the rings. Dude. Fucking dope. Carina Nebula, dude. Whoa. Bruh. This shit is like so vividly colorful, dude. Damn. What are all these? Molecular hydrogen outflows? Gem Boshocks, molecular hydrogen outflows. Huh. So a bunch of hydrogen going off and doing shit over there, huh? Huh. Seventh Quintet. Whoa. These like, but yeah, these are different galaxies. There's two right there on the bottom. There's one right there, and there's another right there. Dude, that is so fucking cool. All these galaxies are probably all gonna smash together and shit, or they probably already did. Whoa, is that another view of it? Damn. Dude, look at that one on the left. Dude, look how fucking insanely, like, dense it is. Damn. Southern Ring Nebula. This has also been nicknamed the Eye of God, I think. Pretty dope ass looking one. Here, let's skip around. Whoa, hold up. Cartwheel Galaxy. Dude, look at this shit. Should I eat all 100 pizza rolls? Eat 50 of them first and see how you feel. Dude, look at that fucking crazy ass looking galaxy, dude. Dude, that is a fat, huge, big ass galaxy. That's a fatty galaxy right there. Tell you what. Whoa. The Phantom Galaxy. Dude. Hubble, optical, Hubble web. The Hubble and the web, and then the web and the infrared. Whoa. Whoa, bruh. Dude, that shit looks like a fucking, like, warp hole or something. This looks like some, like, wormhole or something, dude. Wait, what's this? Oh, an exoplanet. Dude, really? Oh, yeah, it's right there. Yeah. Dude, it's so cool. Get better detailed images of plants and shit. Tarantula Nebula. Oh, I see it. I kind of see the tarantula in there. Bruh. Damn, dude. Cosmic tarantula. Cosmic spiders, they're coming for you. They're gonna be coming. They're just waiting for the signal. And when they do, they're gonna get you. Consume us all. Consume the planet. That's a massive star. Was it that big boy right there? The big blue one? That's a pretty big star, I must say. Close up, EMAP. Whoa, wow, it really is a really close one. Oh, it's Mars. Oh, shit. Got a picture of damn Mars? Damn. Oh. Bruh. You got Saturn. Or is that Saturn or is that Uranus? I think so. Voyager 2, Hubble. Oh, Neptune. Bruh. Bruh. Dude, that looks so whack. Bruh. Damn, dude. That is, like, so crazy looking. I wonder what makes it look like that. Like, you see the different planets and the rings around. Dude, that is just fucking crazy. Like, in a weird way, it's like, it's not like the natural color image, like, you know, if the other Voyager or Hubble, but it does give you such more detail about, like, everything else around it and shit. That is so fucking cool, dude. Damn. What? Yo! Oh, dude, this is such a cool picture, bro. You got it right there, and it has all the different Proteus, Lauricia, Despina, Thalassa, Naid, and Galatea. And they got Triton star way off there. Dude, this is such a cool picture right here. That is so cool, dude. Hubble on the web. Galaxy IC 5332. It's super cloudy. Whoa, this also looks like a damn wormhole. Damn, dude. Oh, dude, these like new photos of these galaxies look so fucking insanely like. They either look like wormholes or just like a collage of just, I don't even know, like a collage of like clouds and like sprinkles and other shit. Like, I mean, it's, bruh, this shit is so cool to me. I mean, seeing all these different James Webb telescope pictures and shit, I haven't seen all of these. You know, so seeing some of these and, you know, seeing them for the first time and shit, and it's just like, we're like in a mission for dude, these are just quality pictures. Dude, that picture of Neptune right there was so fucking cool with Triton there in the background. Dude, that picture was some top tier shit right there. I want to try to see if I can find the HD full image of that and save that, honestly, because that picture looks fucking dope. Whoa, which one's this? The DART mission? Wait, it took a picture of the DART mission? Oh, is that our son? Oh, yeah, it kind of did, I think. Because there's the DART mission camera. So the Webb is that one? Whoa. VV191 galaxies. Whoa. I like how this one just looks like a bright, like, orb. And this one just looks like a spiral, like, wormhole. Like you see at, like fucking on the outside of, like, Deep Space Nine and shit, dude. Whoa, whoa, what is going on there? Is that just like a warp of the... What the fuck's going on here? What is going on with this? What is that, like a pulsar or something? Like, what are the, like, these look like pulses. Like, what? What? Dude, I am just like, I have not seen this before. What is going on with this? Wait, what is this? It'll pop up, right? The Wolf Rayet 140? Well, that totally tells me everything I need to know. I guess for what it is, but dude, what is going on with all that? Dude, I am taken aback by that. You know what, I want to snowball that picture right there. I'm gonna load one up. Looks like ripples. Like a little, like a pond, in the forest or some shit, and the rock fell in there or something. Now you just got all these ripples from the sword. Dude, like, I'm wondering, is that like I'm assuming that's a star, because or else they'll just say it's a galaxy. So I'm wondering if that's a pulsar or something. I'm assuming it might be, but well, if that's the case, wouldn't it? Well, it kind of is, I think. With those two extra bright beams they got going on there. I know if the James Webb, like, it has like the ones going up and down, and then it kind of has like these other two cross patterns and shit. You kind of see it in a lot of these pictures, actually, because in the Hubble it's just literally just a cross. So a lot of the pictures you see now are gonna just incidentally have that type of shit. But I'm wondering if some of it's just kind of a pulsar being highlighted or something like that, just considering at least two of them are more pronounced in comparison to the rest of the little light refraction. So that ripple and shit, dude, I'm more taken aback by that. I'm assuming that might be what the pulsar is. I think. I don't know. I wonder what's going on with the star. I wonder what's going on in this picture, honestly. So I just kind of noticed, like, the star itself also has, like, a light around it, too. I'm assuming that's just kind of a part of the telescope as well, but still, it's just, like, that is just such a cool-looking fucking picture right there. That shit looks so dope. Is it just gonna stay on this? Have I just been mesmerized that long? Is it just sticking with it? Okay, here we go. Whoa! I recognize the Hubble right there on the left. Dude! Holy shit! Dude, the pillars of creation look so, like, so much more pronounced. Dude, like, so pronounced with just, like, how vivid that looks. Holy shit, dude. Oh, dude, that is so fucking crazy cool looking. Bruh. That shit just looks fucking dope. Dude, that looks so cool. Farther scally collisions. Oh shit. Yeah. Right there. And the one on the bottom too. Oh. Well, yeah, you can kind of see him merging there and shit, yeah. I see 1623 Galaxy. Whoa, this kind of looks like a flower almost. It's like blue leaves and then like a red like blossoming thing going on or some shit. Damn. Skip around. Whoa, what's going on with that? Oh, what's going on this one now? Whoa, dude. This looks like one of those like little sand time tracker things, and like a sand clock, but it has like, but it kind of looks like fire and water almost, but like the fire is meant to be kind of like the sand of the sand clock, so it's just like drowning out the water, you know, in the bottom. Cloud L1527. I'm guessing this used to be a star because the center of it still looks very like hot in a sense, you know what I mean? Dude, it looks so fucking cool. Dude, look at that little star being hella fucking bright right there in the, you know, kind of on the left there too. That's like a star that's popping. Dude, that is pretty fucking cool. Let's go off this. An ancient galaxy. The ancients. These are the ancient ones. Dude, imagine what life potential lives on these fucking galaxies. Too far away for us to fucking ever make contact with, but still. You screechy booey. Whoa. The LLZW9 or the IIZ or I think IIZW96 galaxies. Are these 2 galaxies? Or 3? I can't even tell. I mean, I'm assuming like 2 or 3 at least, but they're all like clashing up against each other. Dude, that's so fucking dope. Titan. Whoa. Oh shit, you can even see some like clouds and shit on it, dude. And dude, you can straight up like see some straight up fucking detail on that shit. Dude, imagine if we get like insanely like intense high definition cameras to where we can have detailed pictures of exoplanets like that. Bruh, just imagine. Just imagine the knowledge we could probably discover shit like that. Deep field. Well. What the fuck? Let's skip around a little bit. Is this another one? Whoa. Well, it has like a red beam. I know the beams are, you know, from the telescope, but still, it's just like, whoa. Hey, I love it. That's so fucking cool, looking at, you know, some of those different pictures. The one with those little, like, pulses and shit, or those ripples. I want to see if there's maybe anyone that might have mentioned something about that. No, not really. Damn. That kind of sucks. I was hoping maybe someone would be like, what's going on with that? And someone would have an answer, but there's not even a mention of it, so, damn. Venom favorite. Well, I think Venom probably, like, may or may not have passed out. He gotten so high he passed out. Or he's eating a bunch of pizza rolls and probably passed out due to a food coma. If I'm just gonna take a random guess. Hypothetically speaking. You little grumble boy. You sweet little thing. Also, there should have been, like, a little music with that. It's like a cool montage, but, it was like, why is this so silent? So much silence! But, here, let's see what else going on, too, if there's anything going on, huh? Oh, yeah, I was gonna check out the Andrew Callahan shit. See what that was all about. Let's see, I'm gonna have to, like, hella dig far back on that shit, huh? Where did I put it? Where did I put that shit? Where did I put your ass, y'all? Let's see, y'all. Where did it go? Oh. There we go. Oh, cool, that's timestamps. Sweet. Cool, let's see. I'll skip it to the documentary part. There we go. Cool. Start that. Sweet. Because I am actually kind of curious here what this about.
Before I introduce Andrew to Barbara Walters, okay, and all the things that she did, and the fucked up shit that she did as well, we are going to talk about Channel 5's very own, okay, friend of the show, Andrew Callahan, and his new HBO
let's do that. Yeah.
Documentary that just came out, okay?
Now I feel like he's talking at his normal speed.
Here, we'll start with the trailer, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's just show the trailer. It's called This Place Rules.
98% of the media put leftist agenda.
Oh my god, she was fucking insane.
Spoiler, she's a rapper.
Yeah.
And people say that I have a...
I was kind of hoping maybe the trailer would not be, having to be censored. I was kind of hoping we can get away with watching it a little bit. I guess that means I couldn't watch it on my own as well, just considering that, so, damn. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
But she said she learned how to rap because she's a substitute teacher in the hood.
Yeah.
And that's how she was able to connect with her students, which to me is so fucking funny.
It's such a white person thing to say, to be like, that's the only way I could talk to these black kids. Like, it's like a different fucking breed or something. Yeah, psycho. Anyway, Andrew, is Jonah Hill pretty cool? We're gonna talk about all that. Stop asking questions. No more fielding questions to Andrew for now. This is the best part.
Whoa, Alex Jones.
It's like top 3.
God, the fucking...
I think the conversation...
If you need anything,
Yeah.
you get it.
So, yeah, This Place Rules is out on HBO, and I watched it earlier this morning, and it was fucking awesome, okay? One thing I will say is I actually hate when I see, like, callbacks to 2020, when I see it on, like, movies, like oh, it's the pandemic, like Glass Onion, which just came out on Netflix. It's the second part of, like, the murder mystery to Knives Out, starring Daniel Craig. Had a lot of those components in it, like they were all like wearing masks and stuff, and it like made me cringe. This, on the other hand, did not make me cringe. It was it showed the mania of 2020 perfectly. Yeah, I would say.
I tried to make it retrospective in a way that was like examining it from now, as opposed to trying to recreate it.
Yeah.
Also, it's not really about January 6th specifically. It's about like the lead up and the undercurrents of that time that are still very much present and active today. So we tried to do as much as we could to like make it relevant, but at the same time, I would have preferred the movie came out, to be honest, like, a year and a half, 2 years ago. But making a long feature like this with an actual production company, it takes a long time. definitely it was a change, but I'm excited about it.
Yeah. It was also not dehumanizing to the people you were interviewing, although it's still entertaining and funny. Yeah,
Thank you, man.
That is something that we talked about on the podcast as well.
That's also something I've noticed about that's something I actually have noticed about Andrew Callahan and his content, is that he just like lets people speak and just lets people do what they're doing. He doesn't really judge them or anything like that. He just kind of casually just lets people just be who they are. And I, really legit kind of admire and respect that about Andrew Callahan. I mean, he's a really cool dude because of that type of shit, honestly. Mom just woke up throwing up. I'm so exclaiming. Aw, what, man? I'm sorry. I hope your mom's feeling better.
Like, Andrew's forte is just
Did you see the scene with my little cousin, 8-year-old cousin?
Yeah,
that's my favorite part.
I love your uncle being like, don't do any of that fucking weird shit.
That's a real voice message.
Yeah,
Uncle Jeff is
which
like,
is so funny. He's like,
take my son to a Q rally.
Yeah, don't do any of that fucking weird shit.
No furries.
That was great.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it, man.
Yeah, it's not available in Europe yet, but HBO's working on it apparently.
Yeah, eventually. I think their idea is like once it gets super popular in America, they're gonna try to sell it to European and Canadian distributors.
Yeah,
but
Well, I'm thinking it'll probably get pretty popular here in the U.S.
Yeah, you are the OG. Let them cook. Let him cook. You're the let him cook man. So, Andrew Doc's available in Canada already on Crave, our bootleg HBO. Okay, good to know.
Bootleg HBO.
Yeah, it is wild to see your career. As Cool Bivens points out, it's insane to see how far you've come since I found Quarter Confessions. You deserve all the praise, man. Congrats, for real.
Thanks.
It is wild. Only a couple years ago you were doing that.
I made my first video in the December of 2018. So
we started. That's like pretty much when I started doing Twitch.
It's been about 4 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. You were like the first streamer that I actually thought was tight.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And now that you know more streamers,
bromance going on here.
Firmly the truth.
I still basically just know you.
But yeah. Ask him about his sex life on the road. Why are you such a pervert, dude? Take an hour off, chatter. I'm spraying you with fucking water.
Shows enough.
Roll up the newspaper and bonk him on the head with it.
Fucking weirdo. Okay. All right. So this place rules came out. I watched this morning.
Why do you want to go to Uranus? Because there's a party fun time going on there. I don't know.
I fucking loved it. Okay, there are a lot. I've always, like I said before, I've always seen like Andrew's content as like a perfect companion piece to what I do here on the stream as well. Like reaching out to people in ways that I never could imagine or do. He's a brilliant interviewer. Not contentious. Does a really good job of like showcasing people's like true beliefs and perspectives in a way that still doesn't work to like do propaganda for them either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is part of the reason why I think they get mad at you afterwards.
Who in particular?
Alex Jones got mad at you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It is hard though because you can't really fit this.
I just kind of wonder if Andrew Callahan could probably get an interview with Kanye West, dude. That'd be kind of funny. Because he had Alex Jones on there getting all crazy and shit. So imagine if Kanye was on there, bro. Oh my god, dude, that'd be fucking whack.
Particular box. That's why the CNN interview with Don Lemon was so awkward.
We're gonna get to that in a second. But before we talk about the CNN interview,
there is actually a timestamp about that, so we could probably get into that a little bit. He's actually just kind of talking about his work a little bit. So actually, you know what? We'll just we'll listen to this a little bit and then get into that part.
One of the incredible dualities that you pointed out to in the American experience within the docuseries or within the documentary itself. First, we're going to talk about the.
No, you're not. That's not how you're doing it. As far as I'm concerned, shut the fuck up. Family. Shut the fuck up. So that's not how we're doing things around here now.
Georgia governor's house. It was during a protest.
Spraying you with water.
During the Stop the Steal movement, they were outside of his house demanding that he overturn the election results. As you know, Georgia was a blue state in 2020. He was outside of his house. Fun fact, this is an event where the keynote speakers at this small rally were Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. So they delivered speeches about 30 minutes after I first met the Q family. So the Q family is actually called the Spencer family. And I had never seen someone this young at a right-wing political rally. And so, like, what you're seeing here is the first interaction I ever had with these folks. So there was no, this is just the raw footage of the first meeting.
Child molester. And he kidnaps children and does horrible things to them. Just like Hillary Clinton and Obama, who made the virus. The virus is man-made. It doesn't exist. Kids need to be put back in school. The people who are pulling the strings is the Italian Vatican.
Yeah, for people who are like terminally ill and shit like that.
They are reptilian bloodlines from another planet. They're basically robots. And the evil people that are there, such as the Rothschilds, who suck the blood out of children to get...
I mean, yeah, this is like
if you don't have the right to, because you're already gonna die anyway. So there you go.
Entirely too young to be this like mentally ill, but
it ain't gonna be today. Follow Demon's mom first rule. Follow her first rule to life. Don't fucking die. Follow some of her rules. Shit. Her 12 rules for life, so to speak.
I think he just consumed like the science fiction sounding mythology of it all. Because, kids have big imaginations, so it's just like a pretty compelling way to connect with your dad, too.
Yeah.
They don't like play catch together. They just like sit around and talk about deep state cabals.
Yeah, I mean,
They're a form of bonding.
Exactly. You get into whatever your father's into, and unfortunately, the dad is into like really the awful shit.
Which honestly, I remember actually watching this particular thing that Channel 5 put out, and in my mind, I feel like this kid could potentially, get out in a way. I mean, in a sense, I mean, a lot of them, I kind of remember the one kid being like, we should be able to go back to school, and, I don't want to be homeschooled and stuff, because, COVID's just fake anyway, and this and that, blah, 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 whatever. I forgot what the kid said exactly. But, basically because of the weird conspiracy bullshit, they actually wanted to go back to school and be with their friends and shit. Which likely, as they grow up older and stuff, and we're hanging out, especially in the public school system, even with their parents, being who they are, it still opens the possibility of them getting out of that type of, mentality and shit that their parents also have. Which is definitely better than being stuck in that mindset, their entire life, obviously, being totally indoctrinated into it. At least, being, having some form of an out is better than not.
Before, like 3 months prior. So it only took a few months for his dad, Brandon, to be fully consumed in the Q sphere.
Yeah, and he's I mean, let's not spoil what happens to them. You got to watch the documentary,
So
but like...
for context, in the second part of this film, I meet back up with the family, like maybe 4 or 5 months after January 6th to kind of evaluate where they're at, if they're still deep in the Q hole, and it was very interesting, so check out to see that.
So one thing though that I found to be particularly interesting about this is that like you basically said something that I've been talking about for a very long time, which is that like a lot of the QAnon people are in these like socially alienated, isolated bubbles, and they create a sense of community for themselves. But more importantly than that, the people that like flew to the Capitol, to do January 6th, to like to do the insurrection, like those people. This is a hobby for them. Whereas this part of the this part that I thought was like really interesting because you showcase it right next to one another, people protesting police brutality in their towns.
So the reason this kind of came together is because the Q family doesn't live in like the bumfuck sticks of a middle of nowhere type vibes. They actually live in Atlanta proper. On their block, like they have Trump flags and QAnon flags and shit, but every other house on their block has like no human is illegal, water is a human right. Those yard signs, like they're on a pretty heavy like a Joe Brandon block.
Yeah.
And so they're pretty much half a mile away from like most of the projects that are in South Atlanta. And so right before I met them, there was this officer involved deadly shooting of Rashard Brooks. And so I kind of just abandoned like my Stop the Steal beat for about 3 or 4 days and just kind of dive into this world.
So let's take a look.
Everybody tired of everything. We tired of sitting in the house. We tired of getting fed lies, bullshit.
Yeah, for a lot of people living in these conditions, like it doesn't matter if Joe Brandon is the president or Donald Trump is the president, they're poor. So like nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, they're not gonna give a shit, about like who's like the politician this or like who's president, doing that or whatever the fuck. Like they're still in the same circumstances, of course.
Living conditions at all.
And I think for me, this scene had to be in the documentary, just to show that like outside of the world of like mainstream media, echo chambers and outrage cycles and culture wars that are being like propagated online in voting booths, there is actually like continuous real life concerns like systematic inequality and that will continue regardless of who the president is and have continued for hundreds of years and beyond.
Yeah.
And so it's like you have to also frame that like this isn't a leftist thing. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the Stop the Steal movement is in fact a conservative right-wing political movement. There's nothing necessarily political about poverty. And that's
it is a product of American politics in the sense that like, but it transcends beyond like political ideology for sure.
Democrat or Republican, like everyone should want people to not live in the projects.
Yeah, well, but also the reason why it transcends beyond politics is because both parties are kind of to the right with respect to like how they treat poor people and how they treat poverty in general.
Are very much not.
Yeah, but this was really good because it truly kind of trivializes like what the other side is doing or what like even liberals and Republicans are doing in general. Like it really shows that like these people are just trying to fucking survive. Whereas on the other hand, you have motherfuckers with disposable income and a lot of like free time on their hands, running around like creating new narratives about like pedophile cabals and like these fun little breadcrumbs that they're fucking following.
And they truly believe that America would collapse if Joe Biden became president. They actually thought that was going to be the end of freedom and democracy. All guns were going to be taken away. Their lives.
Which they still think that.
They just become shitty. When in reality, their lives didn't.
It's just going to happen any second now.
Really change that much.
Yeah, at all. As a matter of fact, like not even remotely. Maybe like the ones that sell Trump T-shirts, those guys like can't sell as many. So that was.
Yeah, I mean honestly, if anything, well, even then, not really, because I'm now starting to slowly but surely see like Trump 2024 shit occasionally around here. Ugh, yay. But I mean, a lot of it is basically just like. You know, I mean, a lot of the politics that do kind of get in, you know, go into poverty and shit, at least, you know, more directly, it tends to be a lot of stuff that divides, you know, people away, you know, from the actual root causes as to why they're in poverty in the first place and fighting that. You know, instead they'll end up just fighting each other. It's like, oh, you know, fuck you because you hate the cops, you know, or like, fuck you because you're an immigrant or this or that or whatever the fuck.
That was the maximum material harm that happened to them in general.
And I'm not going to trivialize, like, it is a problem that the Q rabbit hole and the conspiracy ideology consumed millions of Americans in a 4-month period. That's a real issue. But I don't think that Stop the Steal was a real issue. But the fact that it was happening is a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like it's
no, I understand. I'm just saying that like, look, that's why it's the MLK take of, you know, for those accustomed to a lifetime of privilege, equality feels like oppression. But like for a lot of these people that are definitely like middle class, firmly in the middle class, or even like in the lower middle class, right? They still are living in excellent conditions in comparison to what you would consider like developing nation conditions that a lot of people in this country are subjected to, especially in the South. Like poor black neighborhoods are in dire situations, right?
Right here in LA too.
Yeah, even here in LA. And the reality for them is just dramatically different. Yeah. And what I mean by that is like, if you're fine, if you're like,
I mean, honestly, I'd say that honestly just is like thousands of small towns all across America. I mean, also especially in the South that are pretty much just in these type of conditions they're talking about.
Relatively decent shape. Maybe you're struggling to make ends meet ultimately, but like not extremely poor in the way that these people are. You're basically looking for new fun hobbies, and I think that's why they like pick up political hobbyism in this regard, because there isn't anything that you can like truly grab onto. There's no mechanism of pushback. There's no like adequate way to like get your legislators to do the things that you want them to do that will like truly make your life better, like healthcare. You know what I mean? No one's gonna give that to you, right? It's just not gonna happen. Democrats are not gonna give that to you. Republicans don't even give a shit. So if you're living in the fucking suburbs,
loves millionaires, scam artists. I'd love to eat them.
Look for new political movements that are fun and interactive, and QAnon was that for so many people.
And a lot of the people who are into QAnon are oftentimes underprivileged. A lot of these people are like poor white people who like, you know, lost their fucking job, did automation.
I mean, I mainly watch it just for Angie Callahan.
And then they get this conspiracy framework to latch onto, and then they end up...
I mean, I watch the song too occasionally and shit.
Spending their last dollars. On going to like Michael Flynn conferences and shit like that.
Yeah, it's really fucked up.
It's crazy, but you know, it's all fucked up. It's all bad.
Yeah.
The person who can make the word better God. It's me.
Hell yeah.
Some people are tapped out of the political back.
Here, let's boop.
So,
talk about his little CNN appearance.
Does anyone have the link, the uninterrupted, like unedited link of Andrew having a conversation with Don Lemon? Because I want to watch this again.
Backgrounds to matches.
Oh, I think someone found it.
I mean, okay.
So joining us now is the director, producer, and stars in this documentary called Displaced Rules, which debuts on HBO December 3rd.
I mean, I know he owns,
Andrew,
you know, like 2 homes.
This is a deep dive into this documentary, and there's so much to talk about.
I don't believe they had seen the documentary.
Yeah, did you send them
No, I just based upon the question. So bear in mind, this is 7 o'clock in the morning, right? I'm being told they're going to ask me about me, my life, and the movie. You know, how does it feel to have a movie? What's your name? What can I expect to see? I want you to listen to the first question they asked me. Here.
Here, let's watch it.
Here, when it comes to who you spend time with, what you saw. But, you know, when it comes to what's happening today, Enrico Tarrio, he was not at the Capitol on the 6th, but he still played a role in this, and he's facing some of the most serious charges that are stemming from that day.
I kind of noticed that Angie kind of looked over like, this isn't like what I was told to expect. This throwing a curveball here. What the fuck?
What did you see from him?
Well, on there, I'll go back for a sec.
He still played a role in this, and he's facing some
So
of the
he looked over for a second, he's like, this wasn't what I was expecting.
What did you see from him as you were shooting this?
Yeah, I
hear that
just
question?
talked to him in the lead up to the.
The first question they say is,
because
what can you tell us about the mental state of Enrique Tarrio leading up to the Capitol riot?
So the reason why they did that is because they don't give a fuck about the documentary. Or they don't give a fuck about your personal experiences, or even like the contents of the documentary. They want to cut. They want to cut this as like something about Enrique Tarrio.
Wait a minute. I live in a red state, yeah. It's run by conservatives, but I'm poor in my area, surrounded by terrible infrastructure. Gasp. You know whose fault is this? Who? Libs. Gets backhanded.
Instead, they were just like they're hyper focusing on that aspect, even though like that aspect is not all that unique or interesting in comparison to like the overarching message that you had in there.
Yeah, and
they have a
also-
narrative.
But that's like what they want is to run like an Enrique Tarrio news cycle to get their viewers all pissed off about January 6th every single day and make it seem like it's 9/11 and it like make their viewership never forget about the 6th like it was the worst day of history.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is like, dude,
it was 9/11 for liberals.
Kamala Harris.
The 9/11 of libs.
You've seen that speech, right?
Yeah. Well, it was in the documentary too.
Yeah.
But yes, of course. These are moments that
I mean, I definitely think it was a pretty significant, event, but it definitely was not like some, oh my god, this is a life. It's like, I mean, it's significant, but it's not like some sort of like, oh my god, the sanctity of everything was just faction or whatever the fuck, because of it.
The January 6th Capitol riot. Hung out with him a little bit in DC and Miami and elsewhere.
And what did you learn about him?
He sells t-shirts.
That's the perfect way to describe him, though. I think one thing that the documentary showed me
sells
for sure, like,
t-shirts and
before
stuff.
I was always like, you and I have even had this conversation in private where I was like, maybe do you think Enrique Tarrio is a CIA or not CIA, like an FBI asset or whatever, because like he had been an informant, right? And no, when you actually watch the documentary, you'll see like, nah, he's just like a fucking t-shirt salesman.
Him and Alex Jones run the two largest Patriot merchandise companies on the internet.
Yeah.
And Enrique Tarrio sells Joe Biden merch on the side. So basically, when I say he's a t-shirt salesman, that's what I'm saying. That's
No,
the main thing
he
he's
literally
doing.
is like a merchandise salesman, and I think he even admits in the
My guy literally straight, like, Enrique Tarrio straight up does sell fucking, like, Biden merch. Oh my god, dude. That guy is straight, wow. I mean, the right wing is not, like, it's a stranger to grifting, but, oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. You think they would find it a little better than that. Goddamn.
Biden shirts as well, secretly.
But this freaked me out so much because here I am on CNN, which is a
It's
pillar.
like, yeah, I'm a patriot, definitely gonna be, selling some Trump gear and stuff like that. MAGA. Oh, by the way, I'm selling some Biden stuff on the side.
Journalism. And they hit me with the curveball question at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm alone remotely in a room in Midtown Manhattan with the producer looking at me. And I didn't know what to say here. I was fucking terrified. I don't know if you can tell here, but like my heart was beating out of my chest in this moment.
I know the producer is my friend's brother.
Hell yeah, he was nice. But I'm saying that question also potentially puts me in danger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're asking me to make a pointed statement about like a right-wing leader like that. Like if I say something incriminating, negative, that puts a target on my head, dude.
Yeah.
It does. Like,
boys.
Yeah.
Oh, it also like kind of cucks your future journalistic endeavors as well when you like you have a way of opening a lot of these people up and having them be honest with you.
Yeah.
That you probably wouldn't want to compromise either.
I plan to cover these events in the future. I plan to do more stuff on the right, on the left, and all types of subcultures and fringes and whatever. So if I say something damning about Enrique Tarrio, that puts me in a lot of danger at a future event that I might cover because that's the guy who said that Enrique Tarrio wanted the Capitol riot to happen or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no details about his state of mind or anything?
I mean, I don't think
dude, like CNN's prodding him so hard to try to say nothing about state of mind or anything like that. Nothing incriminating at all. Nothing. Come on, give us something. Give us something. We got the itch, man. Come on, give us something. It's like, dude, they're scratching for it, dude. They're like fucking meth heads.
Just about like the Capitol riot and all that. It's also about like media echo chambers. You know what I mean? And like the dangers of the 24-hour news cycle and how I think mainstream media, like Fox and even CNN, like competes for views.
Listen, go back to 3 seconds. Listen to that pen click.
And then like competes for views by running.
Who's doing that? Don Lemon is doing that? He's just pissed off. He's
No, I
frustrated.
think the pen click is some kind of like a signifier to the producers.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Cut this guy off. Listen to it again.
Constant 24-hour news cycles based upon fear, division, outrage, and panic. Probably to like sell ads. So it's not just about the Capitol riot.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. First of all, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm not exactly sure.
First of all, I do not agree with what you're saying there, but second of all, cut this guy off.
to people going into the Capitol.
I mean, no, he's a pundit. Like, he's a pundit. The difference between me and like Don Lemon, though, is that like I openly tell you what my perspective is, right? Like, where they are supposed to be the arbiter of truth and objective news analysis.
Well, then it's reasonable that a pundit would understand a valid concern with the 24-hour news cycle.
Yeah,
and the fear machine it creates. Right?
But of course, he's that's his bread and butter.
Yeah, but it's not like an offense. I wasn't like being a dick. I was just bringing up something that is addressed in the movie.
On January 6th. There's nothing fake about CNN.
I didn't say.
I'm not saying like fake news. I'm just saying ramping people up, increasing division.
You see how he instantly went for the fake news thing?
Yeah,
straw man, basically.
Well, that's to vilify you to the audience, because that's like
really to pre-cancel the documentary.
Well, it's to basically just say, well, I don't think they were going to be able to cancel it because like you're not.
Like they're trying to make it. They're trying to make me seem like I am a.
I think in that moment he's trying to put you into a pocket and basically say that like, oh, you're saying CNN
that's what
is
he's
fake
trying
news,
to do.
so that the audience that's already conditioned into saying, oh, what the fuck is this guy, like a right wing guy?
Yeah.
To go, oh yeah, he must be a right wing guy because he's saying CNN is fake news, and I'm conditioned into knowing that that's like a right wing thing to say.
And during that period of time, just watching people kind of fall down the rabbit hole and be pushed into action and like, just falling down the conspiracy rabbit hole. Yeah, I think more people would consider, what's happening online and what happened with the former president and the messaging that he was putting out there and QAnon and so forth. I definitely agree 100% with that as well. Yeah. So listen,
and to be fair, I do think that.
So many
I mean, look, CNN is not the same as like Fox News, but CNN also plays a role in this for
I'm
sure.
saying online echo chambers are definitely more damaging and effective for propaganda than like the mainstream media outlet.
I mean, I definitely agree with that, because if anything, a lot of like what started from QAnon did come from just basically the internet. I think it started from like 4chan, then it went on to 8chan and shit initially. So it's like there definitely can be a lot of propaganda and a lot of conspiracy mongering and shit. Like Pizzagate was another one. I mean, a lot of them. Like, I mean, I think at this point, like a predominant amount of them at this rate, come from like a lot of weird, obscure internet shit now at this point. And a lot of it ends up going to the surface due to a lot of mass popularity on the idea, including with different things like QAnon, essentially kind of like encompassing and engulfing a lot of different other conspiracies into one bigger, broader one. And thus, bringing it into a more mainstream level and making it a lot more, I guess, palatable in a sense, I guess, to a lot of, conspiracy-minded types.
Two things can be true at one time.
With this thing. A documentary including a weightlifting scene with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
Listen to how
he's literally he's saying that you're friends with the people.
Listen to the way he phrases it. It's a why question. Listen.
Yeah, why did you humanize Alex Jones? Is the question.
Yeah, for sure. He can bench press a lot, actually. Why would you put that in? Why'd you spend so much time with him, and why is he such a big part of this film? Well, I mean, I just think that
you hear the
questions for the documentary.
Yeah, no,
he's an accusatory question.
No, it's clear. Like he hit you with a fake news thing. And now he's saying, like, you're homies with Alex Jones.
It's just basically a way to demonize Andrew Callahan. This is why, no one likes, the fucking, media. Because they're so fucking fake. They're a bunch of stuffed heads and shit. And they don't give a fuck. They're just like, oh, well, hey, you happen to, humanize and normalize, things that we're supposed to try to vilify and, like, put people, like to have fear-mongering over and shit. To keep people more divided and stuff. You're not enforcing this type of stuff. What, are you allies with them now? Are you buddies with them? It's like, why are you, humanizing them? Why are you doing this? But it's like all accusatory to try to, like, prod out and be like, hey, are you on our side, truly? Well, at least when it comes to the whole agenda part of it. Because they just want to, incite more and more of the fucking, fear-mongering, scapegoating and shit.
In a way that is like, it's not in a way that there's like still an out for him to be like, well, I mean, I was just saying, like, how does Alex Jones's role in January 6th work? But he's not just asking that. He's asking you, why are you hanging out with Alex Jones? Maybe they're just jealous, though. Yeah. Have you consider that? I mean, maybe they want to hang out with Alex Jones.
Unfortunately, Alex doesn't like me anymore.
Yeah.
It's because of the interview I did with him after the Sandy Hook trial.
Yeah.
There's that part where he's on hot mic. Asking his producer, like, do I sound good? Is this a good thing that I'm doing? He called me and was like, anyone who uses hot mic audio is no friend to me.
Yeah, which it's not worse than the shit he says on camera.
No, but but I'm saying it was sort of the curtain being pulled back, because like, it kind of shows that he's doing like a crazy guy thing.
Yeah.
To get himself out of it.
Yeah. God, fuck. One of the best parts is like you guys working out together, though.
Yeah, dude, I had a fun time filming that.
I bet
he is.
He can lift. I was saying, dude, he's strong as fuck.
He's got like dad strength. You know what I mean? Where you're like, he's
dad bod strength.
Like he's Jank has a similar body where it's like I've talked about this before, where you have like a big belt.
I still wish they should have had like an MMA fight together, Jank and fucking Alex Jones. Dude, that would have been fucking great.
A big gut, but it's not like flabby. It's like you can prod it and you're like, oh shit, this is like rock solid.
Dude, I wish they would have fought so bad, dude.
Oh god, I think Jank would have beat his ass.
Really?
Dude, he used to be a fucking street like bare knuckle brawler. That motherfucker. Like he has a lot of strength too. He can put up like
Jimmy Dean's. Yeah, for Jimmy Dore, yeah, probably. Yeah, well, not probably. Yes, I mean, very certainly so. I mean, Jimmy Dore has like some spinal condition or some shit like that. Like, I mean, yeah, there ain't no way. Like, but for Jank though, I don't know. That would probably be a little bit of an easy fight. I feel like Hassan's being a little biased though. You know, he's the nephew, of course. But Jimmy Dean. No, you mean like Jimmy Dean? You're not Jimmy Dore Dean? Not the Jimmy Dore string bean Dean? Okay, well. I'm sure maybe he could. I don't know.
5? Yeah. 2 plates, like, with ease. He is very strong. Anyway, let's continue.
There was just certain moments that were super surreal that just kind of happened, and I felt like we had to kind of leave the footage in. So the Alex Jones weightlifting, whiskey drinking scene would also be one of those moments that I couldn't like leave out of the movie, for sure.
One thing that also stood out was what you heard from people when it comes to like conspiracy theories. I mean, there were parts where like children were shouting.
He looks so pissed.
Why is he so mad?
He's so mad. Like she's younger. I think she's more sympathetic to like your. I mean, I've seen her on some panels where she's like also the same like neoliberal like girl boss shit, like doing that stuff. But you know, she does. Given her age, she's probably more familiar with your content and like more sympathetic to like the documentary in general. Whereas Don is giving up.
He's furious, dude. And it's not like I called him out. I just talked about the network that he works at.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, but you know, he is the face of the network.
Yeah, but it's not him specifically.
Yeah, he is not happy here with you.
He can technically
conspiracy theories. And I wondered as you talked to.
Honestly, I bet Don Lemon is probably thinking, you know what? Make sure we never have this guy back on again. This guy's a piece of shit. He fucking, you know, he's just like, you know, potentially, you know, like, you know, just enabling more of this fucking evil shit and this and that. He doesn't follow far fucking, you know, liberal agenda. This and that. We can't have it back. Nope.
If you got the sense that they actually believe.
I mean, even from here, Don Lemon looks like a tiny little like ant in comparison right now. But like, I could tell that he looks a little mad.
Or what your takeaway was?
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people, you know, believe what they're saying. I just think that, like, you know, the echo chambers in the media, especially more fringe media that a lot of these people are consuming, is pretty all-encompassing, and especially the mythology of QAnon, like, consumed a lot of people's lives during this period of time, and it kind of, like, just became everything they wanted to fight for.
I mean, there hasn't really been much interesting, you know, from it, you know, from what I watched, at least recently. Well, at least nothing that merits that much camera through, I guess.
So that particular scene where I spoke with that family in Georgia, where it was like that the structure and whole basis of their family was like based upon Q and following that kind of lore, was definitely unsettling for sure. But yeah, it's interesting to see where it is now because, you know, I guess hard QAnon stuff has kind of dissipated in terms of.
Dude, I sound like
no
such
one posts on the keyboard
stoned
anymore.
California guy. You know what I mean? It's like damn, I'm high as shit. I'm like, yeah, it's like a.
No, you sound great, bro. You're crazy.
And no, I haven't been to South Carolina before. No.
His family's all like super.
You sound great. What are you talking about? No, it's because you're like you're not.
I mean, honestly, I'd say that like Andrew Callen, despite all things considered, he sounds fine. I mean, it's more or less at the fact that CNN is just trying to like whip him up into a like, you know, fucking little corner and shit, and have to like try to like justify, you know, things in his documentary and shit, despite the fact there's just nothing really wrong or anything, you know, and it's, you know, outside of the fact that it's just, you know, him just showing the real honest like face of people and shit. You know, it's just like, I mean, that's just about it. Like, I mean, you know, there's not really much, you know, like to it, but yeah, just, you know, it's like, oh, because you hang out with these right-wingers and shit, and you've hung out with people like Alex Jones and this and that, oh, this means that, you know, you must be like friends with them and on their side and all this other shit. So everything's just like very accusatory and kind of like trying to throw him as like the fake news or some shit like that. Which frankly is just a bunch of bullshit. But of course, that's just how these, you know, mainstream outlets operate and shit. I mean, if anything, if him, you know, with his presence on there and shit, it really just kind of shows that, like, there's a lot of, he's kind of, like, calling out and showing a lot of the problems and the flaws with, you know, mainstream media with it.
Conservative thought. All right.
I do think we should point out a lot of those conspiracies are not from legitimate media. That's from like social media and websites.
Oh, yeah,
these
yeah,
things are
totally,
pushed in like dark corners of the internet.
Oh yeah, but it's like people spend their whole time in these dark corners of the internet, so it feels very real to them, especially because I think the biggest problem is probably media literacy. and like taking a lot of this information that's false as fact because of, you know, you're seeing it on Facebook, you're seeing it on Newsmax, you're seeing it on One American News Network, places like that.
Andrew Callahan, thank you very much. Best of luck with this.
So, yep, cut him off pretty quick.
Base Rules debuts on HBO and streams on HBO Max. That's on December 3rd.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, they couldn't get the Enrique
He's like, all right, now we're moving on. God love it, dude.
Tario shit out of you, so he was like, oh, fuck this guy.
Should have started crying, talking about how Enrique Tario was like,
should have been like, yeah,
he's
Enrique.
a monster.
Yeah.
He was a fucking monster, man. I tell you, dude, he was just being horrible to me and, you know, did some horrible stuff. Here, let me just, like, totally incriminate him, you know, just totally for you. God, I love it. Oh, you want say one fucking cow? No, is there anything? Yeah, not really much. It's just kind of, it's like a lot of different videos about like Andrew Tate and shit, or it's like, ooh, marginally shaded green torches doesn't get. Okay, you know what? Is there a clip of it at least? No, it's just him on like some back porch or some shit. Come on, Kyle, give me a fucking video. But no, I guess I don't, you know, I guess I don't get a clip of that, or a tweet or anything like that. No, he's just sitting on the back porch. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Eh. I still watch Kyle from time to time, but I'm like, just like kind of falling out a little bit. Have evolved like a Pokemon into different realms. Little nappy boy. Sweet little thing. Problematic roller coaster. What in the fuck? Son of Beast. Dude, what the fuck? I don't even. I love crazy ass looking roller coasters, but this just does not look safe. It does not look safe. Like, are there no, like, side support beams on any of that? Like, hold up. I want to see blocks. Oh god, it's like, this is a whole fucking documentary on the damn thing. Wait, what? What happened? The there's an.
During this time, Kings Island continuously made modifications by altering the structure to improve smoothness and also to create a more stable platform for track. Kings Island worked under the guidance of R.V. Anderson Associates.
Oh my god. The investigation. Most replayed. Wait, there's a most replayed thing?
Just the surrounding area of Bent 290. It was determined that the deficiency could be eliminated with the addition of specific structural components. However, after a full structural evaluation of the entire ride, the same design deficiency was found at another 50 locations within the structure. These locations would also need to be corrected with the same method used to fix the failure location. On top of that, a different type of design deficiency was found in another location that subjected a vertical member to an unfavorable bending load. This deficiency was also locally correctable, but the ride structure would need to be reevaluated to see if it existed in other areas.
Oh my god. Like, yeah, I would not, man, I would not want to know about, like, the actual, man, like, that's kind of the one thing about roller coasters that do kind of low-key sketch me out, or places that skirt around the edges, and then shit like that it exists. That's like, yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, it's why, you know, There's only like I know there's at least a few places that I've been to that are actually pretty reputable. There's actually one that's in my area that only has like one roller coaster, but they used to have I forgot what it was called. I think it was called like the Thunder Loop or some shit, but now they replaced it with something different. It's actually kind of like bigger and longer and has 2 loops now. So it's I haven't ridden it yet, but I really want to. And then there's also like Six Flags over Texas. At least I know that place. Expensive. To at least get a ticket there and shit, which is sad. But at least it's reputable enough. If you go on like an off day, you actually would be able to get into the rides without any long lines or anything, which I like. Actually, every time I rode the Goliath on at Six Flags over Texas and shit, I basically like was able to get on the very front each time. And that is such a honestly, when you go up that very first very high, the first like drop, like it doesn't totally like drop yet because the last little cars are still being held up by like the chain and shit. So you're kind of like going up, and then it goes off of it, and then you're just kind of like about at this angle before it totally like just releases. Oh, dude, that shit is just such a weird little feeling, because then you're just kind of like sitting there looking down, and you're about to like just drop, but you don't quite feel it yet, and then it just like, and then that last little clunk, and then just woof, and then you just fall, and it's like a spooky, freaky feeling, but I fucking love it, because obviously it's in a roller coaster, so you get the fun adrenaline rush out of it all, because then it just like goes straight, that first drop goes straight into like a little hole and like a little tunnel and shit. And it looks like, basically it would just decapitate you if you went under it, but it's tall enough to where it ain't gonna touch you or anything like that, even if you had your hands up like this and shit. It just looks like it because you're just going so fast and shit by the time you get to it. Man, I would not mind going back there, honestly. But Texas sucks, so I'll go find another Six Flags, potentially. There's Magic Mountain. That's in California, I'm pretty sure. Worry about Sans. Yeah, he's a shitbag and not exactly fond of him. And a lot of the far right are basically just like, yeah, he's basically like Trump without the baggage, so he's probably pretty good. Which, yay, that's always great. Here, let's see. Oh, I'm going to Reddit. See what's going on Reddit here. Let's see here. Anything in here? Immature Pixamoon and S's on it. Hey, one full rotation of the moon. The mun. The beautiful mun. That should be kind of a little astronomical theme to the little stream tonight, honestly. Look at the mun. The glorious mun. Circling around, showing itself. Pretty as the mun is. And cheesy, too. /to work. Another whining CEO. Unpopular advice. Stop jumping between jobs. Wait, what the fuck? Stop jumping between jobs so much. 1 2 years in a job is not enough. You never actually learn to do your job well if you keep jumping. It's a huge red flag to me, and in my opinion, it's not worth the 20% salary bump you're gonna get. Does it make me old school? Yeah, and it makes you a whiny fucking bitch. Like, maybe if you actually did that 20% salary bump and actually, made that, like, the starting pay, with that extra 20%, as, with it, like, I don't know, maybe you would have people that are hanging around longer. When it comes to working there, you fucking shitbag. It's like, maybe I'll just pay him less. That'd definitely, keep him around longer. Yeah, totally. 100%. Is this serious or joking? I can't even fucking tell, honestly. I don't fucking know. Think it's serious? I mean, probably, but again, I don't fucking know. I mean, honestly, it's just like, I mean, it's only all in hypotheticals and shit, but like, because like, honestly, realistically, the ideas of like, aliens, showing up or whatever the fuck, or, us showing up to aliens is pretty much like, not exactly gonna be happening anytime soon. So, I don't know. Like, I'd say that, I mean, even if he is serious, I mean, it's not, I don't know exactly how, how much, true merit would be. But, I don't know. That's not beautiful. Yeah. There. So what is this? A manager assuming availability during the holidays. Oh, I gotta love that. Why am I working Wednesday? As per my availability, only available to work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. As there's no classes, you work Friday, Saturday, Sunday due to your college, but college is closed now, so you should be available any day. When I say that, what? As I'm doing repeats, my classes are on for Tuesday. As far as I know, since last 22 years, all colleges are closed for Christmas. What the fuck? Yeah, as far as I know and stuff, so yeah, come the fuck in. Who cares? See, like, if they're in a union, then they'll at least be able to be protected and not get fired if they didn't show up, even if they no called. If they're not, then that's some bullshit, and that's just like a scum way to probably either try to get rid of the person or just fuck them over of their, education prowesses. So either way, scum fuck. Gotta love it. You wear little things on y'all. That's what you installed already. Yeah. It's one of the few things that luckily are slowly but surely growing. Within time, of course. You hear things on these random humor? Happy New Year from Portland. Someone reprogrammed one of these little construction things. Is this on East? Is this A2nd? I think. I can't tell, but I don't know exactly where it is, but I love it. A balls. Balls. Dude, I love it. Good old New Year from Portland. Amazing. Amazing. Unless I'm on the way home. Unless it's way out, like in Northeast. Okay. Here. Anything else now? Yeah. Aw. Family dinner's on little Kitty. Cause she tells Wes if you has going. Oh my god, look at that face. Oh, that's a face of a cute little kitty. Oh. Oh, that's adorable. That's just so goddamn adorable right there, tell you what. Especially that cute little fluffy baby little sweeto. That is just adorable right there. Why the kitties just gotta be so goddamn adorable? Why must they just be so damn cute? Some people trying to mooch. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think his stepdad is going to be anything like that at this point. Imagine run since foreign policy. I don't want to. It's like, I mean, I can already imagine it being pretty Bush-like, if anything. Which, oh yeah, that's, yeah, good stuff there. I mean, maybe not inherently Bush-like, but there's a very strong possibility of it maybe being like that. There's like as much else on the fucking tubes, or not tube. There I read it. So boo. So there's some motion in there, but oh well. Oh, I'm just like popping off sorts of shit in my back. Goddamn. Goddamn. Same time we had launched a war on drug cartels and dudes on the. Do you imagine all the cool video games that we've been made about that? There kind of already has been. Modern Warfare 2, like the campaign, kind of takes place in Mexico a little bit, where PMCs are fighting like cartels that are hiding Iranian, like Al Qaeda. Well, you know, basically Al Qaeda. I think they're like Al Saud or whatever the fuck. But either way, like, you know, like harboring some, like, it's basically just like all the bad guys of America just like all bumbled into like, you know, just like a bigger, mega, like, spider web of bad guys and shit. But of course, you know, at least some of that involves cartels, so at least in Modern Warfare 2, it kind of takes place in that a little bit. And American PMCs, which is, you know, I forgot the name of it in the game, but at least I think it's Shadow Company. But at least in real life, that's just Blackwater. God damn it. Yeah, hold on. There we go. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this guy on YouTube Shorts, but this guy makes easy recipes. The reason I'm trying this because where he cooks is kind of irresponsible sometimes. Uh-oh. I'm sure he was cooking on an induction cooker, which is sitting in the pool, floating in the pool. What? It's not like, what the fuck? Alright, here, I'll have to see that in a sec. Hold on. There we go. Alright, here. Where is that short? There we go. Patrick Zine Alley? Or Patrick Zine Alley? I don't think I've seen this dude before, but...
We're making pizza inside of a pan and you don't even need an oven for it. It's so easy, you can literally do it at the beach.
The... what? What did...
That is so delicious.
Please tell me that that was before it fell in the ocean.
Together half a cup of flour, half a teaspoon of baking powder.
What is he doing? Okay, oops. Stop. Fuck. Okay, why is he doing this on a beach?
You want to knead the dough for at least 10 minutes. Then we're just going to roll it out into a circle. Into a lightly oiled pan, we're going to fry one side of the dough until it turns golden brown. Oh my god, that's a big one. That's a big one. Then we're going to flip it, add your sauce, cheese, and toppings, cover, and wait till the cheese melts. And there you have it, pizza made in a... Today we're making pizza in...
So, I guess? But why the fucking ocean, man? When high waves game over, well, it looked like it was about to be game over. Or sure it was cooked, yeah, in the floaty pool. Okay, dude, what the fuck? A treadmill? What? Why?
Today we're making a butter cake and it only takes 4 ingredients. It's so easy you can literally do it on a treadmill. This is so amazing, I'm gonna fall off the treadmill.
Dude, if he accidentally stabbed himself with the fork, I would not feel bad.
Together 2 cups of crushed up graham crackers, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, about 2 tablespoons of butter. I'm going with the new challenge salted caramel spread because it tastes absolutely amazing and they have different flavors. And about 2 cups of milk. Now into a small
Why do you want...
we're gonna pour in our cake mix. Cover and on low heat let this fully bake.
Why is he holding on? Dude, why was he holding on to it? What the fuck? Oops. Why is he holding on to it? What the fuck? What is he doing? Is he trying to, like self-die?
Low heat let this fully bake.
I mean, that does look good. But still.
And there you have it, 4-ingredient butter cake.
I mean, that does look good, but still. I mean, what the why? Like, he literally almost wiped out and, like, impaled himself with a fork. I'm just saying, like, I mean, not every short he does that. He's on a skyscraper. What the fuck? What's going on here?
We're making some homemade flan and it only takes 4 ingredients. It's so easy, you can literally do it on a magic rug.
Oh, okay, it's just each... Green screen. Okay, honestly, you know what? Fuck it, we'll watch the rest of this.
On a magic rug. That is so delicious. First, we're gonna mix together 3 tablespoons of sugar and 1.5 tablespoons of of water. On medium heat, we're gonna keep stirring until we get a golden brown color. Into a pot, we're gonna add in 2 cups of milk.
He still somehow fucks it up. He's not even on a beach, he's not on a treadmill, but he fucks it up still.
Thankfully, it's a magic rug. Shout out to Ruggable for sending me this rug. I love
Oh my god, it was a sponsor. No. Wow. Okay. No. Oh, wow. Wow.
it was spill and stain resistant, machine washable, and you're able
So that was purposeful. Fuck you.
to change designs. 2 cups of milk and a 1/3 cup of sugar. On medium heat, we're gonna keep stirring until it starts boiling. Now we're gonna mix together 2 whole eggs and the milk. Into a pot with 1 inch of boiling water, place in your ramekin, cover and let it steam for 30 minutes.
You didn't cover it properly.
We're gonna take them out of the pot and let these fully cool down. And there you have it, caramel pudding. Today we're making
Caramel pudding. I thought it was flan, sir. Get it right. Wow. Well, that one was just absurd. He's on jet ski for another. Oh my god. What? Why? What? Why? Oh, I found the one where he's on the beach. Okay, okay, my lord. What the hell? Man, come here, Yanni boy. Waiting for a short of him like this cookie going to explore ingredients to make it so easy you can literally do it while blindfolded. Cut to a car total, wrap around the tree, bloods rinse. So you can see, might crash my car, but man, does it smell good. Honestly, I want to see some weird ass like fucking YouTube shorts that I check out every now and then. Though I've gotten it because of Johnny Tsunami, another guy who does YouTube shorts. But dude, this chick is so weird. Dina Kalana, dude. I mentioned her before. She's gonna somehow make this into a drink. A coffee thing.
Coconut milk.
Coconut milk.
Honey.
Honey. Droop.
Coffee.
Coffee.
Right.
Oh wow, she actually eats it. She usually puts like a straw in there and goes and does this, but no. Oh, fucking knew it.
Perfect.
I mean, I'm surprised you're able to suck anything out of that little strawberry, by the way, but my god. She actually does react to the Giant Tsunami guy, too, from what I understand. Yeah, right here.
Green-ish papaya. Go.
And by the way, that's Giant Tsunami.
Brown sugar.
Oh my god, he's like brown sugar, and he just like me. And dude, and her eyes lit right out, bro. Oh my god, dude, she wants a little bit of that brown sugar, bro, dude. Dude, oh my god, bro. She's looking a little like, I want some of that brown sugar, bro. Dude, she wants some of that. Yeah, oh my god, she went the pep, dude. She had like the perfect, you know, when she does it. Oh my god, dude. Dude, she's kind of into him. Dude.
Honey.
Fresh gold.
Fresh gold. Pistachios.
Pistachios.
Try. Perfect.
Try it. Tastes like fresh gold, I guess.
Fresh gold, I guess. Dude, they're just so wacky. I love them. I don't know why. Like, there's nothing really or have you seen the Face Mask channel? I don't think so. Oh, you've seen that chick's content before? Well, you know what? At this point, I probably have. Yeah, considering me. Actually, speaking of which, I wonder if Johnny Tsunami's actually uploading any more shit. Oh, he actually has some different stuff. Oh wait, actually, he's done more. He's done more reactions with this chick. Oh my god. There's actually a look at him, you know, from.
Sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
There, context to it. Just get you some coffee. Let's skip to another one here. Yeah, let's go to this one.
That's a good point. Let's try it out. Rock. Nut.
Nut.
It's a tough nut to bust.
Gotta bust that nut.
There we go. Alright. Keep it over the bowl.
Pop a coconut.
Good idea.
Good way to, you know, get all the water out of it, not waste any of it. Because if you think about it, if you do kind of crack on the other side of it, you know, like if you like, you know, crack on the side of a coconut and shit, and then just like, you know, try to open it up, you're gonna lose some of the water, or unless you pop it up from the top. But if you have like a little bowl to at least catch it in and shit, then you can at least, you know, keep all the water out of it. Nice little trick. Obviously, I mean, it's just utilitarian. That's me why I'd watch this. I draw a blank.
Candy face mask?
I draw a blank. I'll decide to crush things up and put them into a face mask. What the fuck?
Candy face mask? Strawberry candy, Sebastian's hash. Lifesavers, Sebastian's hash. Lemons candy, Sebastian's hash. Jolly Ranchers, Sebastian's hash. Cinnamon. Warheads, Sebastian's hash. Spearmint, Sebastian's hash.
Oh my god.
Smarties, Sebastian's hash.
Dude, all the fucking sugar, dude. What the fuck?
Mixed berry candies. Lifesavers mints, Sebastian's hash. TikToks, Sebastian's hash. Pixie sticks. Cinnamon Altoids, Sebastian's hash. Push pops. Sebastian's hash. Starburst. Fun dip. Sebastian's hash. Guess what color the face mask will be? Mix and fix. Bubbles. Suck it up. Inject the candy. Peptide. Subscribe for a face mask. Now
what?
A few minutes and I'll be right back to try it on.
No. Fuck! Okay, I did not need to see that. Jesus Christ. Now, you know what? I want some of this bourbon. Give me this goddamn bourbon.
One of the most famous and ruthless gaming live streamers on the planet. And we're about to find out if his bourbon, Black Steel, is disrespectful to my taste buds.
Disrespect.
I just tried this whiskey for the first time. There's nothing about the flavors on this whiskey that just blow you away. But it's not supposed to. Like, what this is designed for is for those that are really just getting into their bourbon journey. And it's supposed to be approachable and easy to drink. And it does that in spades. What is exceptional about it, though, is that at 93 proof, the viscosity, the mouthfeel, it's like buttery smooth, like drinking an oil. It coats the mouth exceptionally, and it's actually a really, really pleasant bourbon experience. So congratulations, Doc, on what is a pretty fine whiskey.
I don't know what else to say. I look good today.
That was a lot better. You basically just saw all of his shorts. Well, I hope the fuck I never have to see another one. And I swear to God, if I see another one on my feed, because when he said TikToks, I'm pretty sure he said TikToks. Oh my god. Oh my god. I did not need to see that. Fuck. God damn, dude. Oh my god. Oh man, I really did not need to see that. That was like disturbing. Like I actually wanted to throw a Molotov and like you know, hold on. Well, let's see if we can find it. Okay, here we go. This is basically just literally how I felt when I saw that.
Well, let's see what fascinating pubescent treasures Chris has got hidden away.
Oh yeah, you know, like that YouTube short of like that skincare thing.
Ooh, Hustler magazine. I finally get to see what a vagina looks.
And that's when you get to see the face.
Oh god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You can't hurt anyone
anymore. Yep, that's how I feel. That's basically just how I feel. What would you do if you woke up in the middle of the night with that face? Literally just this. That. Just literally that. I mean, Stewie put it perfectly. But can you just fucking... Okay, there we go. Deep fried butter. Oh yeah, dude, this is so healthy. This is the most healthiest thing you can do. Oh my god, dude. Oh my lord. What the fuck? Oh, come on. Ugh. Oh god. Damn, sorry to really say, baby, I'm not here. I'm just a hallucination. It's, oh my god. Oh, dude, I feel like my heart clogged up. Yeah, dude, I feel my heart dying. Dude, he looked like he was about to have an orgasm when he saw that weird thing, the weird melted butter thing just fall, dude. No, fuck, dude. And I see my 55-pound cheese and bologna, and all I can think is how you're not... Dude, that person probably is going to die eventually if he keeps that shit up. Oh my god. Oh, why would you? Dislike. I'm just gonna put that right there and do that. There, yeah. Yep. Dislike. Dislike. Anyway, what the fuck? Oh, there we go. Just, yeah. Just gonna have to just do that right there. I've only seen him eat a salad once. Probably the only salad he's ever eaten in his life. Just saying. Very likely the only salad he's probably ever eaten in his life. Oh, Bubba. What you doing? What you doing, little sweet thing? Let's see, any other little things on tube here? Nope, that's not. Boo. I know Monday will definitely reveal some shit. That's for sure. You goofy little boy. Look at you. Being so cute. Well, you know what? I do have some pastrami for him. What's pastrami? When I saw this, I thought, fucking wow, Batman sucks as a parent. What if the Robins never met Batman?
What would the Robins do if they never met Batman? Damian Wayne becomes a Buddhist monk. He finds a sense of inner peace he never could living with his father. He's so happy, other monks could barely stand him. Stephanie Brown becomes a big-time superhero, leading a new generation of Teen Titans. She's got Aqualad, Blue Beetle, and Supergirl on her team. Jason Todd becomes a NASCAR driver. He set up a charity foundation in his mother's name, trying to stop other people dying of drug abuse. Dick Grayson ends up with the oddest life. He's a spy working for the organization Spiral with Helena Bertinelli. We see Grayson making deals, retrieving information, and breaking hearts. Oh, and Tim Drake, video game designer. What would the
Say, the video game designer, damn. Hey, Bobby. Hi, Bobby. You see a little boy? Yes. Little piglet. Damn little piglet. And yes, Batman definitely would suck as a parent because he's also traumatized, you know, as a person because he lost his own. Hey, Bobby. Boy, give me little pawpaws. Yes, baby. You don't see Bobby. Come on, come here. Get on my lap. Come on. Get up here. You can get your little fat ass up here. Oh my god, you lazy bastard. You. There you go. See how hard I was? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my lord, look at him. He's like, give me that, you son of a bitch. But dare to give it me. Hey, you can just hold the damn horses. Pop. Oh yes, you sweet baby. Yes, you gave me a little paw. Yes, you did. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, my fucking Christ. Look at some mud. Look at some mud. Oh, it's a good boy. Hey, oh wait. What? Hey. Paw. It's paw. Come on. Paw. Well, chomp. It's like a nose back there. I can feel it. What, you trying to bark? What? You sweet little pooch. It's a goofy little thing. Dang, I only got so much left, you little psycho. Oh my god, would you chill out? You fucking little fiend. You little damn streaming ass son of a bitch. Oh my god. Hey. Ooh, good catch. Good boy. Oh, you almost caught it. Oh, hold on, that was a little bad throw on my part. Did you not catch that either? Okay, that was not an excuse. That was like all up on you. Oh my god. There you go, good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Yes. Oh my god. Alright, you sweet boy. There you go. Yes, you're just a sweet little boy. Oh, you stretchy thing. Oh my god, you give me your little stretchy legs. Oh my god, look at these little stretchy legs. My goodness. Oh, fuck. Okay, I probably had that coming. Ow. I probably had that coming. Ow. Like, that was, like, not just one kick. That was, like, both legs, like, like, oh, it was not, like, right on them. It was, like, directly above, but that just, like, kind of shoved them. And, oh, that really did not feel good. Oh. I probably deserved it, though. It's like, oh, little legs. It's like, yeah, doing that, deserved it. I deserve that. That's Zukov's way of saying, go fuck yourself. Oh, God, that really just, oh. Damn. Man, good kicks, dog. Damn, fucking took the wind out of me if that one. Jesus. Oh. Fucking pooch. Definitely deserved it. Definitely deserved that. Yeah. It doesn't look like it's too much else on to him here, so probably get one more bowl smoked up here and I'll call good after that. Come on. Get it. There we go. Boop. Cause I definitely want to give myself some food. Be a little hungry. Oh, can you not burn, you son of a bitch? There we go. Let me get my little squirm ball back in here so I can just knock out those little kernels when I keep wanting to smoke up. Tickles the throat. As you said, I should maybe take every single one was better off. Yeah, I kind of tend to agree. I think it's like kind of the only one that seems like he was, yeah, kind of neutral. Like, he didn't seem like he was necessarily better off, but his path wasn't necessarily, like, worse either. I mean, I guess, hypothetically, you know, Batman's life, if he had his parents still, you know, probably would, obviously, well, probably not even be Batman, if anything. Because a lot of it was just like, I need to take vengeance of my dead parents. I shall take out these criminal scum. I'm a rich, whiny, insecure billionaire fuck. I also really don't like Batman, frankly. Like, he's not, in my mind, a superhero. He's more of, frankly, kind of, in my opinion, like, a villain, more or less. So I guess an anti-hero at best. I mean, you know, that, at least in my mind. Like, you know, at least, you know, not just Joker, but a lot of the other villains, so to speak, I kind of find it being more, like, staunch anti-hero type of characters, more so than not. Maybe not outright heroes, but, yeah. Well, honestly, I feel like, at least in that specific, like, you know, Batman in the Gotham world, there isn't really no hero, so to speak. You're either an anti-hero or just a villain. Or somewhere between that. What in the hell are you doing? Boop. I don't have any more pastrami, but wow, oh my god, I got you real attentive. He's like salami, or I guess pastrami, pastry. Sometimes I'll like purposely mispronounce that shit at work to my coworkers. They're like, "What? What?" And I'll just like show them. And I'm like, "This." It's like salami. I'll say salami, or like pastrami. I'll say pastry or something like that, or pastry or something. And they're like, it throws them off a little bit. I'm just like, frankly, it's probably just one of the few things that just like kind of makes you slowly go insane at work. It's just one of the few ways to kind of keep the sanity and at least have a little bit of fun at work. I feel like that's probably the result of that. I'm sure you know, I was really like realizing like one of our prep sinks, it's totally clean and there's nothing really to do, you know, at least in a period of time, you know, when we were closing up. I was really just like banging on different spots of it, you know, seeing what different sounds were on it and just making a total fucking drum beat out of the spots I found different sounds on. Because I was that fucking bored. It's like, alright, I'm just about to make like, you know, some boom boom, yeah, just some shit like that. Well, I mean, I can't really exactly do it from here, but, you know, for a prep sync when it's right over you, it's a lot more easier to kind of fuck around with it. I don't know, if I have a super slow day and I am able to get away with doing that again, maybe I'll record next time. Made nice fight each other. Well, we do have some knives, like some knives. And we stab cardboard boxes every now and then with them because we're bored. And we're just like, what'd you say about me? You know, just like fling up, you know, just, you know, the knife with the box, just stabbing into it. Just like, what'd you say about me? What'd you say? I mean, it's, you know, just the different little things, you know, to do when you mess around at work and shit. I mean, because, like I said, you have to have, like, at least a little fun. I mean, be safe about it, but, you know, still, you gotta at least have a little fun, be at least a little loose. Because, at least in my opinion, that kind of helps, you know, at least for me personally, make the actual productive times more productive. Because, you know, I kind of have a little less on edge and a little less stressed out and shit, and you can just kind of be in a little bit more of a zone, you know? At least for me, in my experience of that shit. Especially at least in retail. I guess certain jobs you can't necessarily have, like, downtime, so to speak, I guess. But for the ones that you can, you know... I mean, even the ones where you don't have downtime, I mean, if you can at least kind of give it a mojo and then kind of at least have some fun with that and then kind of make it a little bit more of a looser thing, you know, while still, you know, maintaining productivity or whatever the fuck, then even then, you know? That's why, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, the 4-day work weeks or 6-hour days instead of, like, 8 hours or some shit, it's been proven that, like, productivity either stays the same or, in some cases, increases when it comes to the workers that are working those jobs. Like, Iceland's done this. There's different cities and different places, not just in, you know, this country, but all over the world that have established those type of things as law and have seen, like I said, not just a continuation of the same type of productivity, which technically means it bumped up because, you know, if it's able to still meet the same productivity levels, then that means the less amount of time they're at work, as, you know, their productivity has compensated from that. And even more so if, you know, then there's even more productivity going on in some workplaces because of that type of shit. And it's kind of for good reason, because things are a little bit more loose and a little more relaxed and shit. Obviously, you still gotta be productive and, you know, do your job, but, like, there's more downtime, more relaxation, things aren't stressful, you don't got as much on your plate. Also, got more free time. Because you can even have some personal free time a little bit at work, because shit, I do sometimes. If it's, you know, like I said, like today, like, if you got enough downtime for it, you could kind of dick around and fuck off for a while. Well, even a customer will just be like, yeah, be like, oh, sorry for waiting. They're like, oh, no, it's fine, it's cool. You know, I just actually kind of went around, did some shopping, and came back anyway, so you're fine, you know. Like, today, like, people were chill as fuck. Even if they were waiting around patiently. When Arby's first got their sliders, was able to take cardboard cut out of them at home. Let's count how many times I stabbed it. Dude, I bet eventually that thing probably just collapsed just due to how many times. You know, I should probably bring back, like, one of those type of cardboard... Oh, dude, you know what? I could probably use one as target practice now that I think about it. Dude, it worked perfectly as a stand. Like, one of our, like, cardboard display things. Like, because we always take it back to recycle. You know what? I just realized I could use it as, like, a target stand. That ain't a bad idea, actually. I'm gonna do that next time, actually. You know, I think about it. So that's the useful thing about being at work. You get to, like, you know, have different big cardboard boxes. Like, let's say you're trying to, like, get rid of shit or store shit somewhere. you know, I got big boxes where I could do that with. You know, or if I want to use maybe like a certain box to be like a stand, so to speak, I can do that too. Or just be a target itself, because, you know, I could just flatten out a box and it'll be just this big white target that I can just like drape something over. So, there's that. I mean, honestly, there, you know, there's also just with the produce section, because honestly, like, over half the targets that I usually use are just like squashes, melons, and things like that. Because it's going to biodegrade, it's just going to go right into the environment, into the soil, so it's like a perfect target. You know? You're not literally at that point. I mean, I guess you technically are, but again, it's biodegradable, you know? It's something that isn't harmful. It's spreading nutrients into the soil. Yeah, baby. What's up with you? Look at you, little baby. Yes, yes, yes. You're just a little sweet thing, aren't you? Yeah. You're just a sweet little thing, aren't you? I can get you a bath. You're a rugged, ragged little thing. You're a disheveled little freak. You're a little homeless dog, is what you is. Look at you. You little bastard, you. I need to shave you up entirely. Just shave your whole body. I bet his neck would actually be more like this size if I actually shaved him, because his neck's like poofed out like a little mane. But I bet if I shaved his whole neck, just his neck strictly, it'll just be like this small, this small little like Yule log size little thing, like a Yule cake or some shit. I've thought about that. It's like, what his true size would be if I shaved him. I know his body would basically be kind of the same size, because, I mean, he's kind of a thin fur thing. But up, you know, from the chest up, it's all thick as fuck. Shave his whole body and just leave his head all fluffed up and his chest all fluffed up so he looks like a little lion dog. I would never, I wouldn't shave him, honestly. I would never do that. I might, like, trim him occasionally here and there a little bit to kind of, you know, kind of help not get him all clumped up with mats here and there, but doesn't really need that either. He just sheds. So he just needs, you know, frequent brushings. I actually gave him a brushing before I started this, so he's all nice and soft. Just a soft little sweet boy. But he still needs a bath. I just need to find out, like, what the fuck to deal with, like, the whole skin reaction shit when it comes to, like, food and stuff. I need to, like, know what specifically he can't have. Because he likes grooming himself a lot, and a lot of that, I know, is just not because of fleas. A lot of that is just because he legit has, like, some sort of a skin reaction to something, and I... Honestly, I mean, if it could possibly potentially be some environment, but at the same time, if that's the case, I think there is, you know, from my understanding, can be, like, supplements to where, you know, shit like that doesn't react. Where he doesn't get much of a reaction to it. I actually know there's, like, shampoos that are, like, you know, anti-itch shampoos and shit. I actually give him some of that. It helps out, actually, a little bit. A boo boo boo. You do the sweet boy. Hi. And look at you. A sweet little thing. Yes, you is. What a goof. What a goof. Alright. Then get this last little bit of this bowl cashed up, and then, let's call it good from here. Listen in the meantime, and then, have our third stream of the year tomorrow. Yum, 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 yum. And honestly, I need to kind of catch up on some of that Jordan Peterson gauntlet, too. And luckily, I think they just finally timestamped them. And my God, I didn't get to it. Well, I did eventually, but like someone eventually timestamped a timestamp specifically of when Paul literally like begged for help, and it was straight fucking hilarious. I loved it. It was like, please, somebody, please help me, please, somebody. Like, he literally was begging at one point. I think it was like at the 5 hour, 17 minute mark. I think exactly on the dot, if I remember. It's just like, damn, poor Paul, dude. He's so fucking broken. I mean, I would be too if I had to be succumbed to, well... well, I mean, if I had to at least be in their position, I guess. Being succumbed to 6 hours of Jordan Peterson. I mean... being succumbed to 6 hours of Jordan Peterson with them there does make it more digestible, more palatable, and more like, alright, you know, you can kind of, you know, like, digest it better. But to be in their position specifically, where you just have to, like, go head first, it's... oof. So playing Miles Morales, Spider-Man, and the bad guys keep telling each other not to get hit by those webs. Oh no, I figured out I just let myself get hit by them. Oh yeah. Piece of them died of the gauntlet, I bet. Dude, yeah. Like, near the end of it, after New Year's hit for the West Coast for us, like, Paul was like, hey, you know, basically I lost a little bit of my sanity at the beginning of this year, and you know what? I want that to be kind of like the theme of this year. I want to just, like, lose more of it. Like, I think Paul's embraced it. Like, I think Paul broke basically at the very fucking beginning. And Zukov, why you have your tail in your ass in my face? Fucking weirdo. But, like, Paul basically, from my understanding, basically, like, broke from the fucking beginning. It was just, like, feigning, like, a sense of, like, holding it together, and then just couldn't hold it anymore. And then, just embraced it. Eventually, just came to just embrace the hell that he was in. Man, they deserves like they did all deserve like the Medal of Honor or some shit, dude. Like straight up the Medal of Honor. In fact, I just say that, you know, I had my last bulb. You know what? This one right here is gonna be in honor of them and my last bulb for the night. Just because, like, I mean, I commend them for their actions on the battlefields, in the front lines, you know, dealing, you know, being a part of the woke liberal mob of moralists, charging into battle with their chaos against the order that Jordan Peterson stands to hold. Oh my God, dude, I mean, you can even tell, it kind of broke me a little bit, because I was, like, you know, there, at least bits and pieces of it live. And, dude, I mean, and kind of going back and forth on it, dude, it's broken me, too, dude. It's broken me a little bit. I think I've truly been able to, like, tap into, like, the Jordan Peterson, like, bit, too, a little bit. Like, I can truly do so, and actually, I mean, not obviously, like, you know, try to act like him, but, you know, in a mocking way. If the FF had to face a zombie apocalypse, I know people would expect Paul to be killed, but that's not what I would do. Yeah, honestly, like, knowing now, Paul would live. He'd survive. Yeah, it's like that cold ability to just, like, push forward. He'd be able to do it. We believe in him. I believe in him. Yeah. If I could do it, he could do it. Said it. Would have him trapped in his house surrounded by balloons, of his friend's face drawn in Sharpie. Dude, he'd probably love it. He'd probably love that shit. He'd just be like, cool, sweet, thank you. And you'd just be like, wait, what? This is supposed to be a torturous hell for you. Like, oh, okay. That basically is just like what he would be like. It's just like, oh, god damn it. What's that, TJ? Balloon silent. You burst out laughing. Man, you're so funny, TJ. Exactly. Like, he would totally fucking love it. I feel like TJ and Scotty would also be the same way too, though, just in their own forms. Especially TJ. I feel like Scotty would actually be able to, like, you know, push forward and hold his metal a little better. Isolation and Jordan Peterson exposure. That's what happened. Isolation and Jordan Peterson exposure inside isolation. Oh god, that's even worse. Oof. 24-hour ISO chamber. Every fucking screen on the wall is nothing but Jordan Peterson clips. Just a montage. And you think every screen would have the same video playing? No, they're all different ones. So it's just a mishmash of Jordan Peterson just speaking to you. It's like you got one talking about, like, the woke moralists. You got one talking about it's like 40,000 rules for life. Another one talking about, you know, the chaos, you know, that is turning ourselves away from God. And the other one talking about, like, Greta Thunberg or some shit. I don't fucking know. I picture TJ setting off an alarm and get Oreos some shit. And Scotty would argue you should have a gun. What do you know? You pull the trigger because I don't trust you with one. I trust Scotty with one because I know he's mentioning he does have a couple guns. TJ's thought about getting one and shit, actually. So I could probably trust him with one. He just needs, like, Scotty to learn. Or somebody, at least. I'll tell Tom. If you lived over here, I would, actually, unironically. I'd be like, yo, I'd do it. I know a range. I know a cool place. He'd probably think I was gonna be trying to whack him at that point, actually. He'd be like, oh god, no, a fan wants to do... No. A fan wants to teach me about firearms training in a spot that he knows. Yeah, okay, totally totes trustworthy, bro. I mean, I would be a sweet boy. I mean, legitimately. I want to have fun, but, like, I mean, I just know from his perspective, if he'd just be like, this guy wants to kill me. Oh my god. I would say poor TJ, but that's actually more like poor me. Come on, alright, fine. Then when TJ gets it, he accidentally fires it and puts a hole in the wall above this guy's head. Stupid fucking shit, TJ! This is what I told you! But the thing is, Scotty would be smart enough to make sure that's on safety before he gave it to TJ so he didn't accidentally put his finger on the trigger and do that. You know, and also that would kind of imply that he pointed around Scotty and Scotty would flip his shit just for him doing that in the first place. So... I mean, knowing Scotty, he'd be smart enough to make sure he saw that coming. Like, he'd like, alright, TJ, we're going to go out over here, and I'm going to show you how to use this thing. And then, you know, he takes it off safety for him, and then that's when he almost blows something the fuck up and nearly kills him, and then that's when he gets lectured and shit. But, yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, but I don't know. I feel like Scotty would see that coming. Alright, fine. How to use it? First, you point away from me towards the window. Well, I mean, yeah. But the thing is, like I said, though, I feel like Scotty would see that shit coming about, you know, TJ almost blasting him, you know, see him putting a hole in the wall, you know what I mean? Like, I could see Scotty predicting that and be like, alright, make sure this is on safety. And also make sure it's not one in chambers, so he has to, like, pump it or, like, you know, pull the bolt back or whatever the fuck, you know, in order to actually load the thing, just for insurity's sake or something. Like, knowing Scotty, like, he's like a by-the-book type of guy, you know, so. At least in comparison to the other dudes, he's more by the book. Oh. Well, hi there, little silly boy. I think you being over there says something. It says he wants to meet in my bed. In the comfy little... abode of my room where my little heater can warm us all up in there. You know what is the temperature? Because I do feel it being a little nippy in here, I will admit. Not like cold, but even a little nippy. Oh, goddamn, it is like 33 degrees. Oh, shit. Well, I guess it is pretty cold. Well, shit. Damn, son. What? Here, broom handle with a knife taped to it. The fuck? How am I supposed to kill zombies with this? By trying very hard. I mean, honestly, that isn't necessarily a bad weapon. I mean, if you got a knife taped really good to it and then got like some rope to support it and some other shit, you know, to like really, you know, like some glue even to really, you know, put it in place. Like, honestly, not even kidding, that'd be a pretty decent spear. Like, you know, the broom on the back can be like a little bit of a weight, you know, to kind of help bounce the weight off a little bit. So that actually wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I mean, it would be a good length weapon. You actually would want a spear in a zombie apocalypse-like setting, because then you can use that as length, so you can keep them at bay and keep them farther away with the spear. Like, that's actually a good weapon to have. Like halberds, spears, you know, shit like that. Those are actually some good shit to have. You'd want those things. So that, I mean, I'm not trying to hoist you by your own petard a little bit, but I mean, just saying. You'd want, like, some lengthy melee weapons, like spears and stuff like that. TJ, man, I didn't even find my Oreos in the car. Didn't you see them on the counter? Oh, wait, there they are. All that shit just for some goddamn Oreos. The last Oreos probably they'll ever eat, too. And you know, TJ, we eat all of them in one sitting. Imagine how bad Scotty would flip out. Dude, he'd probably just straight up take the shotgun and dude, he'd probably just say, you know what, fuck TJ, it's apocalypse, I don't want to have to deal with your burdens, you're a bunch of bullshit, fuck you, TJ! And you know you do it. You know Scotty would probably be thrown over the edge to do shit like that. I mean, you know, I don't know, like, they get heated sometimes, and I feel like, you know, maybe Scotty would legit feel bad and feel horrible later down the line, but, you know, in the heat of the moment, you know he probably would. And then, yeah, Scotty, like I said, would probably feel very horrible about it eventually later down the line. Probably later that night or next week or whatever the fuck. Maybe he might have no remorse about it. I don't know. Scotty's also very unremorseful, too. So it's like, if you get on his bad side, it's like, nah, fuck you, you know. It's like, he's like, you know, justice for Peyton, you know. Rest in peace, Peyton, you know, being banned on the Fighting Boys, you know. Like, it's like, hey, I'm sick of Peyton's shit. He's so fucking annoying. It's like, I don't have anything against Peyton, but fuck him anyway. You're done. I don't want to have your shit. Chuck the Oreos out the window. And then have TJ get eaten by zombies, so then he wouldn't have to feel the guilt. You know what? That's how Scotty would do it. He would just make it so TJ would just die by his own hubris because he was so desperate for Oreos. Just like to eat them himself. Yeah, he would like eat them. He would put like some other shit in there to kind of put some weight in the bag or in the package and be like, hey TJ, fuck you, man, and just chuck them. And then, you know, like, where there's, like, a horde of zombies and shit, and then TJ, you know, in his hubris is gonna be like, no, I have to get those Oreos. And then when he, you know, grabs and realizes there's none left and realizes that, you know, he basically just kind of fucked himself and just became a buffet for the zombies, then, you know, yeah. See, Sky's Machiavellian. I mean, I kind of, you know, feel like, you know, this is something, at least along the lines of what I feel like Scotty would probably do. It's just rocks, yeah, it's just like, you know, like a rocks, maybe like, you know, just like empty, you know, shotgun cartridges or something like that, like empty shotgun shells, you know, just in there, some rocks stuffed in them and shit. Just random bullshit. Like Scotty took a shit in it or something. Like Amber turned it. Amber turned the Oreo package after eating all the Oreos. So here's your Oreos, bitch. And then you make this little squish sound while he does it. It's weird. Like, that's what I love about Scotty. Like, every time he makes, like, some noise to, like, simulate anything, he makes a squish sound. It's like if someone's getting, like, squished, if it's, like, water, if it's, like, even... Like, you know, literally anything. Scotty makes a... Like, he makes a squish noise. Like, every single time to simulate a noise for anything. It's just so funny. I mean, Paul's strategy is to get bit, but the issue is sometimes zombies rip you apart. So he would just here's how he would achieve that. He would just go out, isolate one zombie, bring it back to his house, let it bite him, and then he'll just push it back outside and then just isolate himself and then just let him be bit. There you go. You just grab one zombie that happens to be a stray and just let him bite him, and then he'll just go back in his house. That's pretty much just what would happen. Or maybe he would just sit outside on his porch and wait to turn. And then Dino would just eat his corpse. Or at least eat it before it totally turned. I guess if we're using the Walking Dead logic, where you die and then, after a certain period of time, then you turn. Zombie teacher would be gunning for Oreos. Yeah, he wouldn't eat, that would be the only zombie that would not eat humans. He would just be nothing but Oreos. He would be the zombie he would just he would eat you and shred you apart just out of the anger and the sheer berserker rage of not having Oreos in a zombie state, but, as soon as you give him Oreos, he'll be, in a comatose, dormant, domesticated, zombie, almost. At that point, it could be like the Shaun of the Dead, where eventually, you just can put him to do basic menial labor, you know what I mean? He could be the one, the start of the first, patient zero when it comes to domesticated zombie. Antisocial zombie. Well, yeah. I mean, there is that issue, I guess. He would also be the first zombie to be that as well. Try to give him off-brand Oreos and all breaks loose. Oh, shit. Yeah, it becomes like one of the tanks from Left 4 Dead 2. Well, not Left 4 Dead. Well, Left 4 Dead 2 as well, but, you know what I meant. This little bubble. Oh, his little head poking out over there. So cute. Look at this sweet little baby. Look at this little baby. Look at this sweet little boy. Boop. Popping his little head out. Oh. Took off. A boo 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 boo. The sound of a plastic bag gets you like, what? Goofy little thing, just poking his little head out. So cute. What do you think their wives would be doing that during all this, you think? I feel like Amelia would just embrace the Paul logic and just accept the fate as well and just let her and just be bit as well. I don't know, that would be my guess. I don't really know. Maybe she should move on and do something else because, and try to survive, I guess. Take Dinor and Cricket. Taylor, she's like a National Guard or some shit, or something like that. So, she would probably, be like, I'm gonna fucking survive, bitch. She got a little bit of that spunk and sass in her, you know what I mean? I think that's why Scotty, kind of got with her, you know what I mean? At least in some part. So it's just I feel like those two would actually be kind of like a fighting duo a little bit. Not a fighting duo as in they would bicker each other, but kind of like a duo together. Chelsea, she would probably... I feel like she would kind of be kind of like a quiet but deadly type. She would just kind of be a lone wolf, type of person who, would just kind of wander the wastes and shit, basically. And basically, every now and then we'll have, some knife or some, melee weapon or some shit and just, use that, maybe, use a spear or some shit and just, fight zombies that way. I can see her get cold quick. I estimate I would live for maybe a week. For me, probably, I don't even know, honestly. It would just have to depend, on, what happens in my area. I mean, as long as I avoid Portland, because I'm not directly in Portland, I'll be fine. I have virtually no survival skills. The only advantage I have are that people say I'm quiet and I can help a lot. Yeah, I have pretty good eyesight. I'm pretty decently quiet. I don't know a lot about, like, a lot of survival skills, but, you know, I know how to make a campfire and stuff, and I know how to cook, at least, you know, some basic shit, and I know how to cook, like, meat and stuff. And, at least when it comes to, like, you know, skinning an animal or hunting and stuff like that, I mean, I don't really, you know, have any knowledge on that. I mean, it's something that I could learn and, if anything, even catch on just doing it on my own. But, you know, like, yeah, not necessarily something that, you know, I know. You know, like, when it comes to, like, making a, you know, like a shelter, I mean, I've seen some, like, those YouTube shelter, you know, like, oh, here's how to make a basic ass, like, little shelter for, like, you know, a temporary, like, night or two or something like that. You know, some shit like that. You know, and so I kind of have, like, an idea about, like, you know, some ideas about, like, some shelter building, but I've never put it to the test, so it's like I have, like, I guess some, like, formal knowledge, I guess, you know, but I don't have, like, the experiential knowledge. So it's like, I mean, at least when it comes to trying to get, like, a shelter or, like, you know, kind of a, you know, a base, you know, kind of like a base setup, basically. I mean, like, I could, you know, I could kind of, like, have a spot to set up shop. I mean, realistically, I could just stay here for a while. Because in my area, there's, you know, a lot of orchards, there's a lot of things like apple trees, plums. I got plums and kiwis and apples already. You know, there's a lot of different other, you know, things that are edible that are growing around here naturally. There's a lot of different animals that are edible. Squirrels, I mean, you know, it's like, there's deer that I can, that are even around in my area that I can find potentially. You know, so there's, you know, different things around here for me where I could potentially at least, you know, get a start, you know, but that's the thing, though. It's just like, how far could I, you know, get established enough and get set up enough and, you know, being here in that, you know, in a certain amount of time to be able to kind of maybe get people, like, mainly, like, friends and maybe some other folks that I know and some people I trust, you know, to get together and set something up or some shit. Or even maybe set up like a little community, you know, even on the, you know, little one-way street here, and like set up like a little wall and shit like that, like a new settlement type of thing. I mean, that can even be an idea, but it's like, you know, it's gonna be based on like the skills that I would have and shit, which I would say I probably have maybe an above average understanding about, like, you know, survival skills and shit in comparison to the average Joe. But all in all, that doesn't really mean I think I'm gonna, like, make it, so to speak. Like, if I really had to put, like, you know, if I was just on my own and had nobody else, frankly, at least at my current odds, maybe a month or so. And the only reason why I say that is because I got a couple guns. So I could at least, you know, survive for a little bit. You know, I can at least try to hunt, you know, and try to get my hands on that and shit. But, you know, there's different variables. I'm not even thinking about, like, other people necessarily, but there could be, like, infections that I can get that I don't have anything to treat with, you know, or other random shit like that. I mean, you know, there could be different variables that, you know, other people might not even necessarily be the issue with. So it's like, you know, at least, you know, for me, especially considering, you know, my firearms that I own and shit, that's, I don't know, a month, 2 max. Just given my current, you know, understanding of my current knowledge of things, you know, when it comes to survivability. At least if you're taking the zombie apocalypse type of situation. But I guess at the same time, what type of zombies are we doing with? Are we doing, like, Walking Dead style ones, or, like, ones that can run, you know, or, like, you know, like the I Am Legend style zombies and shit? Like, I mean, you know, the type of zombie also kind of depends, because that will change that very quickly. Because if it's, like, Walking Dead style, I'd still kind of hold it there. If they could run and sprint and shit like that, I don't know, maybe like a week or something, maybe less, frankly. Like, I don't know, my cardio ain't great. But, you know, like I Am Legend style zombies, yeah, I don't know about that. Especially if they're in a horde, like, I mean, I got a drum mag and shit, but fuck, there ain't gonna be enough bullets for that, okay? And plus, I'm gonna be like so quick to want to try to like get another mag, and I'm just gonna drop it and then like, you know, keep shooting and running away. Like I'm just gonna lose that shit. You know what I mean? Like I ain't gonna get that drum mag back. Like I ain't worried about that when I'm trying to live. You know, even though I want that, but hey, oh well, fuck it, start running. You know, so it's just like, you know, if it's something like that, a week, maybe less, frankly. Black Friday, yeah, if it's like some Black Friday shit, then yeah, like a week or less, frankly. I mean, if, like I said, if it's like Walking Dead style zombies, probably a month or two. Even if it's like an apocalypse setting without zombies, I'd probably say the same thing, a month or two. Because as long as I can avoid different hordes and just like have a lengthy melee weapon, like a very long machete or a sword or like a spear even, or something like that, I can avoid using guns. And, you know, just leave those at my camp, so to speak. You know, maybe have like one rifle with me just in case, you know, I really absolutely fucking need it. You know, because obviously sound attracts them, so don't want to use it. So using something like a spear, you know, where I can stab with and shit, a lot more quieter, and it's a lengthy weapon. You know, they're going to be more like 5 or 6 feet away from me when I, you know, stab their zombie little brain out. My strategy is to be is to bunker up at the dollar store up the street. 2 reasons: everybody will be gunning for the major store, and 2, no one likes going to the dollar store. How long in a Fallout universe? Implying that I was probably, okay, let's say, okay, I'm guessing we'll be implying that, we're, like, you know, we escaped or left the vault or some shit. I'm assuming that's kind of, like, in that logic. Or just, like, you know, being thrown into there, you know, like, I don't know, you know, honestly. Hey. Hey! Hey! No. 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 Shut up. Hey. Bruh. Chill. Honestly, for like the... Anyway, as long as it does bark up again. But anyway, for like the Fallout universe, honestly, I could probably see myself, you know, surviving that for a while, actually. Because, I mean, think about it. Like, because if it's, like, I mean, let's say that, you know, it's like I escaped the vault, like, you know, and, you know, I'm out there surviving, you know, yeah, like, if I made it to a settlement, or hell, even got into, like, you know, like a street, you know, band of highwaymen or some shit, you know, like, let's say if I worked up, you know, as a band of highwaymen, you know, I could potentially work my way up to the top of that gang and shit, and then take the reins of it, and, you know, potentially actually, you know, establish, you know, my own little settlement, my own little thing from that. Or, yeah, I could go find a settlement and settle down there and, you know, be relatively alright. Yeah, as long as it's not ran by Caesar or some shit, yeah, for real. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, all in all, as long as you are able to at least find a settlement of some sort, you honestly should be okay. I mean, you probably still are going to want to have some form of defenses and, you know, some shit like that. And obviously kind of, like, do your part. And you're going to have to, obviously, you know, have some job that you're going to need to do there. You know, so, you know, the grudgeless work of, like, existing, yay. But, I mean, at least, you know, in my mind, it's a lot more meaningful because you're trying to rebuild. You know, it's not, you know, the same as our, you know, way of living, obviously. So, I mean, in a way, I mean, you can actually, you know, eventually long enough could, you know, have influence, you know, into the settlement and be able to, like, change how it, you know, kind of shifts a little bit. Yeah, Dr. House might be okay, or Mr. House, but, he's a billionaire shitbag, who stayed alive way longer than he should. Honestly, Fallout New Vegas, every playthrough I've ever done, I made sure I whacked him in his weird mummified looking corpse ass. Honestly, I just used the fucking flamer. Make sure I feel it. I mean, no matter what, even if you punch him, it basically just immediately kills him. So it's like, no matter what, he just immediately dies, no matter what you do on him. It's like you could literally like throw a punch and he's like. Well, to be fair, he is like a mummified living corpse, so. What faction are you under? I'm not under any. I just want to live on my fruit farm. Leave me alone. Yeah, I'd be one of those dudes. I'd be on like some settlement that'd be like a farmer. I'd be like one of the dudes that'd be like rebuilding unions and shit in the Fallout world, dude. Like, I'd be in a settlement that's like a farming settlement, and I'd be like agitating, being like that, you know, union agitator that go town to town, you know, getting people to unionize and stuff, like in the 1910s and shit like that, back in the old days. I'd be that guy. I wonder if there is any of that shit in the Fallout universe. I know there is in the pre-war. There actually is some stuff that builds up to the actual, you know, to the, you know, bombs dropping in the game, where at least in the lore, you know, different millionaires and different like industrialists actually got a lot of their homes and a lot of their companies and factories and shit blown out and bombed and shit like that because of different union strikes and miners and, you know, factory workers striking at the time and shit, at least in the game, which actually is supposed to be very tangential to a lot of the more radical militant labor strikes and labor skirmishes that during the Cold Wars that happened in you know, in America during the early days. Fallout games only explore what happened in the US. Yeah, I mean, they kind of explore things, you know, with other parts of the world, but not a lot. And they really should. I'd love to see a Fallout game that takes place in like Beijing or Germany. Berlin would be cool, because I kind of would imagine that, you know, there would be some remnants of like the, you know, East to West Germany, you know, so I could, you know, see like some really cool shit done with that. That'd be pretty dope. You know, one in London maybe. Shit, like Vladivostok, because it's near China, you know, and it's also in Russia, so that'd be a really cool one. Then you can have a DLC if it is in Vladivostok, to have one maybe like in Korea. Then you can have a DLC to go into Siberia maybe. Dude, that'd be fucking dope. Japan? DLC on one small islands in Japan or some shit? Dude, that'd be fucking sick. Bethesda, see what you're missing out on, you piece of shit. You can have some cool Fallout games, you know, under your belt right now, but no. Farthest we ever got, you know, to, like, Fallout being an international, like, thing, at least in the lore and stuff, is, fucking the Anchorage DLC in Fallout 3 because of being in Alaska, but that was a simulation, not even a real thing, so, boo. Boo, Bethesda, boo. I think people would like the change of pace, honestly. Even if it is, like, not a place they would prefer. Like, I'm sure a lot of people would be like, Paris, London, you know, Moscow, or whatever, but I'm kind of thinking a little tangential to kind of, like, what, you know, would be more accurate for the lore, and also, especially when it comes to, like, the big, you know, the big boys, you know, that were kind of going back and forth. Like, there was, you know, it was mainly China and the US. So, it would make sense to either have, like, Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, even. Because of England, you can have a little bit of British, you know, influence and explore the British lore. And maybe establish some of that. So, maybe London could be a future Fallout game from that. If they did a, you know, Fallout Hong Kong. Because then you got China involved. And so, there's that. You can, what else? Like, you know, like I said, Vladivostok. You know, because, you know, it can have it take place in Soviet Russia at the time, but also, you know, kind of be more expansive towards, you know, maybe doing a DLC towards, you know, having it take place in China, or, again, DLCs towards Siberia, Japan, Korea. You can expand the lore in different ways, you know, by establishing the game there, you know, so you can, you know, kind of get a better idea about, like, what else is going on in the Fallout world, especially with these neighboring countries. Like, I'd like to see a, you know, like, a Vancouver, you know, game, you know, in, like, British Columbia or, like, Ontario or something like that. Because then we get to kind of see a little bit, well, I guess it'd still be America, but, you know, about, like, kind of what happened with Canada a little bit. at least what we see there in the Fallout world, how they're faring off, in the universe. But also, like I said, Europe, like I think Berlin would be a pretty cool map, or at least a pretty cool place to establish a kind of a like Fallout game there, especially with like the east-west divide, at least historically, because I know at least in the game it was still there. I don't know if they reunified in the game. I don't think that was ever explored. Well, I think it is, but I think it's just kind of a glance over, so I don't know or not. But either way, a lot of the east-west divide shit's still gonna be there. I mean, a lot of it is still to stay still. So, I mean, either way, like it'd be cool to see that type of shit. Plus, it'd just be more lore expansive. Because we already have a fairly expansive lore with, the American side of, or the U.S. side, so to speak, regionally with the Fallout lore. But not really so much outside of some stuff about China, kind of. I mean, a little bit, but not a lot. That's why I think a game would be perfect, to take place in, somewhere in or around China. Because then we can expand and explore a lot more of that lore and a little bit more of their tech and shit like that. Change it up, change the flavor a little bit, while still maintaining that same Fallout type of shit. I mean, that would legit be pretty dope. Because you could also have some original Fallout stuff there, like, the U.S., power, like the U.S. American, like, power armor and shit like that. Because the Chinese trying to make their own, and you think that they didn't steal some of those, especially in the Battle of Anchorage. You don't think they probably acquired a few? I'm sure, they can have, like, a little secret bunker that you could go explore that has, like, one of those in there. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a little Easter egg and shit like that. So, I mean, there's ways where I think, they could do it, where it could work and still have some, that type of shit. I just realized that kind of wild, right? I know, we got aliens to Fallout before the other foreigners. Yeah. I mean, which is also kind of a, it's an interesting thing. I mean, it's not really necessarily that big of a deal in my mind, at least when it came to the aliens being interwoven with it. But, still, it just shows that they explain so much, or, explore so much about at least the U.S. with Fallout, but not really much anywhere else around the world. Outside of China, but even then, it's more or less tangentially to support the lore that's established in the U.S. with it. Just realized it kind of relevant. I know. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's like Bethesda really has, like, so much. I mean, this is why I hate some of these big fucking game development companies, man. It's like they really need to just, like, let the actual game developers that are under their wings, just actually just fucking develop a goddamn game instead of just meet some stupid fucking quota and shit. Because, like, honestly, I guarantee you a lot of the, game devs, for Fallout and shit under Bethesda and all that, I guarantee you they probably have similar thoughts, like ours. Guarantee it. So it's just like, I mean, but of course, they don't got a fucking say in it. They can't, just say, hey, can we just do that? It's like, no, you have to do this. You have to, expand 76, the MMO and this and that, blah, 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 blah. It's just like, and you gotta work on the new, Fallout game and shit, which is gonna be this. It's gonna take place here. No fans buts. It's like, missed opportunities going on here. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's kind of cool to explore some of the lore about, like, some of these other cities stuff. Like, Fallout 4 being taking place in Boston. That's kind of cool. I mean, unfortunately, Fallout 4, I think, is a missed opportunity. And honestly, even with that expected, with future Fallout games, even with that taken, in mind, like, honestly, like, the DLC for Fallout 4, I forgot the name of it, Sunny Island or some shit like that. I forgot what it was called. It's like an island, basically, that you can travel to, where there's, like, some synths and shit like that. Either way, but, like, it was pretty much, like, known as, like, the best DLC, because it, like, ventured so far away into such a new map, new environment, explored a totally different new concept. And it's like, hey, Bethesda, that's kind of the point. People want that. Because I think it takes place where you go down, like, south and go to, like, I think Florida or some shit, and you go off, like, some small island off the coast of Florida or something like that, or some swampy thing, or maybe up in the north. I forgot exactly where. It's basically you take, like, a big boat, and go totally out of Boston entirely. But people kind of like that because it explored a totally different environment that isn't just kind of the same thing, but just kind of a different city, you know? I mean, it's cool to explore. I mean, for sure, you know, like DC for Fallout 3, Las Vegas or New Vegas for, well, New Vegas. And then, Boston for Fallout 4. I mean, it's not like it's not cool, but, like, other places, to expand and, like, establish more of a lore in the Fallout world. It's not just the Fallout America over here, right? I mean, it's the Fallout world. Like, I mean, at least one game, like, in Beijing, like, if they just did Beijing, that was literally it. That, I think, it just did some DLCs there. Like, honestly, even the whole Vladivostok idea, if they, they could do a DLC there, where it's, like, one of the DLCs for, like, a Fallout Beijing, like, if they did, like, a Fallout 5 or, like, a Fallout 6, there, like, a Fallout 6 Beijing, and then, like, one of the DLCs could be in Vladivostok or something, or just some shit like that. Or vice versa. Honestly, I think the other way would be better. But, still, it's just, like, missed opportunities here. I mean, this is why, honestly, underpaid over. Yeah, and frankly, I mean, they need to, like, frankly, have, like, triple the pay. I don't really know exactly how much they get paid, but they need to definitely get paid more. Not be so overworked, and actually be a part of, these, like, game development meetings. Because if they're the game developers, then they should have, some of the main say. Like, yeah, if there's, like, a specific game that needs to be established, or whatever, and there needs to be a quota or whatever the fuck, well, those game developers should still have a say how that game gets developed. And hey, if they can't necessarily meet the deadline, for what, overall what needs to be met, then, hey, guess what? You need more time. I mean, that's why, even for the flaws of Rockstar, at least, even though they do, overwork the shit out of their workers and shit, I mean, they take, like, a lot of time and 8 years and shit of basically developing a fucking game. Like, I mean, they understand at least the whole, like, hey, we release a full game and we'll release it once it's done. But they still overwork the shit out of their employees and underpay them. So I never bothered to finish again as a game designer or culinary. Yep. I mean, it's cool getting into the game development industry and shit like that, but it's brutal. Not like, the work that I do, obviously, and not like in restaurant work especially, but, I mean, it's its own type of brutal. Which is unfortunate, because honestly, like, I mean, when you see, like, even somewhat bigger indie game development companies that make different games and shit, and that actually, have workers, even if they aren't necessarily, getting great hours or being paid well, not necessarily because, they're getting fucked, but mainly because they're a small thing. It's like, maybe at most, maybe like a dozen people, and, they're all just like, in their little studio, they're all cobbling together to rent up and shit, for their whole, like, for the whole shebang, trying to build a game and stuff. Like, there's, little indie companies that just do shit like that. And honestly, like, that type of shit, at least, is, for me, pretty commendable, because, like, they're actually putting their fucking, like, legit heart into the games that they're making. I mean, even if they're not necessarily, like, the greatest games or, like, the most, like, the greatest insane looking, sophisticated, like, type of game and shit, I mean, so what, it's like, it's still, at least a good game, just in the sense that you could just tell that at least, you had developers that gave a shit. And unfortunately, that's just kind of more and more of a rarity. That's why I like a lot of indie games like Kenshi and shit like that. Just because, as simple as the game is, it's very fun, and, the developers for that game, I can tell, gave a shit and put their heart into making that game. As simplistic as, the whole game is, but even then, it's actually a very complicated game, despite, the simplistic graphics and shit like that. And the simplistic UI and everything. It's actually a very sophisticated game. But that's why, because that's where the heart, came into it. They put a lot of the heart into, like, making this very in-depth, sophisticated world. And, graphics be damned. Because, honestly, that's not always the biggest important thing. At least not to me. That's why I like, some of the older Fallouts, even like New Vegas and shit like that. Like, graphics are a little goofy, ish, these days now. At least in comparison. But, I mean, all in all, still great games. And honestly, I mean, depending on what platform you're playing on, I mean, there's mods to where it kind of enhances the graphics and makes it look, a little more polished and shit. So, I mean, at these days, there's just other people that, can, put a little extra care and polish it up a little bit. Give it a little extra love and touch. Or just make a totally new game out of it with different mods. I know somebody was trying to do like a mod for Fallout 4 where they were basically trying to like put Fallout New Vegas into the Fallout 4 mod. But they basically, there's been a lot, from my understanding, like a lot of copyright issues that they've been trying to deal with to try to like make it work, basically, from my understand. Yeah, because it's been like a thing that's been in development for a while, but it's been kind of like on a back and forth on being developed or not. Which is kind of unfortunate, because you think it'd be like, it would be fine, right? For the most part, but New Vegas was also partially developed by ZeniMax, too. So, or Obsidian ZeniMax, basically. So, I mean, yeah, like, it's, I guess, that's where the issue comes into play, because, I mean, Bethesda at this point owns all of it, but at least when New Vegas was developed, it had them a part of it, too, so I think that's probably why, if I had to take a guess, and probably the music, too, because it had its own, like, very fucking banging awesome soundtrack. Honestly, I will straight up just listen to that Fallout New Vegas soundtrack, just endless, not endlessly, but every now and then I get the itch, and I'll just bust that sucker on. It's got a lot of great songs on it, dude. Like Jingle, Jangle, Jingle, Jingle, Jangle. Got Big Iron. I mean, honestly, I'll listen to those artists every now and then anyway, so. I mean, Ryan Robbins actually likes some of his songs and shit. It's just like unironically, I'll listen to this shit on my own. Actually, the album that Big Iron came from is actually not really that bad of an album. Some of the songs are a little like, very like, country was like, just like that very ballad, like, it's like, okay, but there's a lot of really good country songs on that album, though, where it's kind of the equivalent of that more up-paced, kind of higher paced, type of song, kind of like Big Iron. Yeah, I said I was going to wrap it up like an hour ago, but it's almost like 4:20 on stream, and I'm debating. Did I just say fuck it? And say, go to the 4:20 mark, since we're so close? Nah, you know what, fuck it. I've just kind of been on a little rambling mood now at this point. Got me in one of those moods, damn it. I guess you could say it's at least, when it comes to that broader topic, kind of bring it into full circle a little bit with the whole, like, game development shit. It just shows the passion a little bit. Honestly, I know one dude, with Paul on Ideology, I know every now and then he's done streams where he's talked about this at length about if he had, like, the fuck you money, basically. He would start his own game development company and get, like, essentially be like, hey, go to, like, the top 10 game developers of, like, every company, like Bethesda, EA, all that shit. And, all these other, from all these game development companies. Be like, I will, like, double or triple your pay and will give you benefits and basically let you all, like, every, game, let you all go on a vote and basically, develop a game to y'all's heart's content. To the game developers that he would hire. And be like, y'all can pitch, games, and y'all vote on one that you want to develop, and you develop that one, and then, you pitch another one, and go from there. And it's, like, a very kind of democratic way of, like, letting game developers, I mean, hell, if you have enough of them, you can even set it up in teams. It's like, hey, we'll have 2 teams, we'll have this team, of, this half of the developers, work on this game, and the other half work on this game, So there's, if you have enough, if let's say you have like 120, game developers under your wing, you can, you can split it 66, to 2 different games. Might take a little longer to develop them, but, nonetheless, you can at least, split it that way a little bit. So, I say, like, all in all, it's like, I mean, I wish I had that type of money, myself, because I would want something like that, because I dream of a game development company that would actually do that, because honestly, it's like, they wouldn't even necessarily have to go that far with it, but just like, hey, maybe, like, listen to a pitch or 2 from a game developer, and maybe develop that game, and just go on a whim, and just see how it works. Maybe do it. Even if it's under a bigger franchise, like, like with the whole Fallout idea, right? Like, if a game developer under Bethesda is like, hey, I want to pitch a game idea for a future Fallout game. After we develop this one, I want to, try to pitch this one. Like the Fallout Beijing idea, like I was talking about, or some shit, right? Or like, Fallout 6 Hong Kong, right? Or something like that, because then you can kind of maybe establish a lore, or maybe establish an idea about maybe going to England, too. Having a Fallout game there. And maybe start like a couple of games, doing a few places, on the map from different parts of the world. So it's just like, I don't know. I mean, it's like, if they, even if just big game development companies actually just, like, set up, like, a game development, like, advice wing or some shit, where, like, for at least, like, every other meeting or some shit, at minimal, they have at least, 10 different game developers, for those meetings, or who are, like, volunteered or support or voted on, to go to the meetings and essentially, take part in them. Like, there needs to at least be, if they had, like, at least something like that. I feel like there are a lot of these different games that have a lot of these big development companies, when it comes to, like, Rockstar not as much, but they just need to treat their workers better. But at least, for games like EA, Blizzard, etc., like, if they just did shit like that, I bet, like, a lot of their games that they'd be putting out would be, maybe not, like, better, but they'd probably be better. Why you gotta hit home like that? Wait, was it? Alright, we'll check out these little things. Don't forget, today is today. Oh, no, rent. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Nah, fam, nah. Dude, I could save this for every year, too. God damn it, son of a bitch. Rent, dude. Oh, nah, why you gotta be that way? Boo. Fuck that shit. But Elon's a genius. Another topic, Tesla autopilot moment where the car nearly kills a man standing by his car that has hazards on. These cars are public. Whoa! Holy shit, dude. And boop! I mean, just insert the... just whatever the fucking, or I guess roundabout, like, whatever that, like, intro bass thing is. Holy shit, this guy barely skirted that shit, dude. Dude, shit, bro. Oh boy. Dude, he shot his britches for sure, son. My boy right there shot his britches. I guarantee it, dude. His pants better be brown, because people gonna know he shot his britches. But hey, when they hear the story, they'll understand. Because goddamn. I sure as shit would have shot my britches. Why no driver, no hit of the brakes. Autopilot on these cars conveniently disengages right before an accident, which is really worse safety than any modern Honda Accord. Oh my fucking god, dude. Like, I really hate when people simp for Tesla or any of these things, because they're just shit. Like, I refuse to, like, defend those pieces of shit. It's like the tech on it's nice if they actually worked, but they're Teslas. Like they're not. They're botched, they're poorly made, they're subpar, they are faulty and nearly kill people. Because people rely and trust Elon Musk because he thinks he's some fucking genius and think, you know, his shit's flawless. It's like, no, it's not. It's like that shit nearly kills people. That shit literally will burst into flames randomly. It's like, no, thank you. Rather take like some random little, you know, beater car that's like a 1999 fucking van or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I literally would trust that far more than a Tesla any day of the week. It's like, yeah, at least, you know, the 99, you know, fucking like beater van might have some issues and shit, but fuck, at least, you know, they're manageable and not, depending on the issue, not inherently like life or death if I happen to be driving on it while, you know, the issue's around. Like, you know, hey, you might need an oil change, and drive it around. Probably not a good idea, but, you know, ain't gonna fucking kill me if I happen to do that a little bit. You know, oh, might, you know, got, like, you know, a brake light that's out a little bit. I mean, not the end of the world. Probably gonna get a ticket if a cop notices that, but, you know, not the end of the world. You know, ain't gonna kill me. You know, bust, you know, like, rear view mirror or some shit, you know, whatever. Something that can be replaced if I just order that online, you know, so, or some shit like that, or go to an auto parts store, you know. Things that are pretty easy to deal with. Tesla, no. Honestly, that's why I prefer to get used, you know, like, used cars. Like, if I'm gonna get a car, that's how I'm gonna do it. Just have that bitch used. I don't mind having a little beater or whatever. Because honestly, every now and then, you can find, like, a little beater that's actually pretty decent. Like, shit, my friend Harley, he sold this 92 Thunderbird to his brother. And honestly, that, I mean, it didn't really look like a Thunderbird, at least, like, what, the 64 that's out there. But it actually looked like a really decent car. It was actually, you know, the interior looked like it was a little out of shape, but the exterior of the vehicle that he had was actually pretty decent. I mean, it didn't, like, the whole car itself didn't really look like a Thunderbird, but it does look really nice, though. It had, like, a little bit of this slickness still, but, you know, it at least kind of had, like, a semi-luxury look. But not really that Thunderbird look anymore. It still looked nice. Not what I would think of a Thunderbird, though, but still. Pretty decent car, though. It's almost like smoking that. Man. God love Elon Musk. Well, love to hate him. It's fun to hate. But I'll say though, definitely sick of hearing about him all the fucking time. Because, goddamn. We get, you know, it's like we all get it. This petulant man, baby. A billionaire man-child who's insecure as fucking a moron. Yep. Sounds like a great person to look up to. What a genius. That we must hear about endlessly. But anyway, I'll call good. Get myself some food and all that fun shit. So, peace out. And of course, I shall see you all in that next one. The first stream of the year. So.